centers and attendance expenditure. So away from the normal questions that will be that are usually sent to the ministry, members are equally given that leeway to also seek for answers by private notice. The member for Busia County, Honorable Catherine Omanyo, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Education to provide an explanation of the circumstances under which the Kenya Institute of Management, KIM, has operated without accreditation since the year 2018, including the awarding of certificates, diplomas, and other qualifications. The CS, in regards to this matter, is also required to outline the measures being taken to safeguard the academic and professional rights of persons who obtained certificates from the Kenya Institute of Management during the period in which it lacked accreditation, and the steps being taken to resolve the matter, given that the institutions has a long-standing reputation as a national and international center for excellence in matters professional and academic training. On the issue of KIMC, the Ministry of Education will also be required to indicate the actions that the ministry has taken or intends to take against the management of KIMC and the relevant regulatory bodies for gross negligence, lack of duty care, or failure to undertake regulatory oversight over the institution. This is a matter that has touched on a number of Kenyans, and Kenyans will be keen to hear what the Ministry of Education will be saying in regards to cushioning their academic certificates.
Honorable members!
KIMC,
Madam Speaker,
since 1950s that has been relied upon to offer management courses. So we are waiting to hear from the CS for Education, who will be answering those questions that are coming from the Member of Parliament for Busia County, Honorable Catherine Omanyo. But the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Gladys Boss, is already in the chamber this afternoon, ready to preside over the business of the House. So kindly allow me to hand over for this live broadcast. Do have a great afternoon while you follow up on these live proceedings. And my name is Gladys Mungai.
Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Sergeant at Arms, ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
Well, the business of the National Assembly has begun. But upon the commencement of business this afternoon, we have a small issue on matters quorum. And the Deputy Speaker, currently presiding over the business, has directed a 10 minutes ring mode for the bell for members of parliament within the presence of parliament to make their way into the chamber this afternoon to make sure that that is addressed. So very soon, a few minutes from now, you'll be seeing the sergeant at arms at the entrance of the chamber indicating that that number has been attained, as you can see him keeping tabs with the number of members making their way into the chamber. So technically, he's trying to make sure that the National Assembly has at least 50 members inside the chamber for the progression of business before the House this afternoon. Before I handed you over for this live broadcast, I was just informing you of the issue facing the Kenya Institute of Management, KIM. And we have the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Honorable Professor Julius Migos Ogamba, who is set to appear before the plenary at the National Assembly to provide clarity on the matter. Remember, the Technical Vocational Education Training Authority, TVETA, revoked the accreditation of KIM. This is the Kenya Institute of Management. On the same day, the Kenya Institute of Management dismissed that notice by the Technical Vocation Training Authority that ordered the closure of all its campuses across the country. And that matter that has left a number of Kenyans worried in regards to their fate on matters academic, as a number of Kenyans possess or are in possession of certificates from the Kenya Institute of Management in regards to a number of courses, among them issues of management. So the Ministry of Education is required to provide answers in regards to that matter, or better still, to provide clarity on the fate of Kenyans and the measures the government, and specifically the ministry, is taking to resolve the matter, given that the institution has a long-standing reputation as a national and international center for excellence. Remember, the issue in question is in regards to 2018 onwards, where the School of Management is accused or is facing allegation of employing non-qualified teaching staff to render such critical services. So away from that matter, we have a number of issues that the Cabinet Secretary for Education will also be responding to this afternoon. Among some questions is a question or questions by member for Likoni, Honorable Mishimboko, who will be asking the Cabinet Secretary to provide strategies that the ministry has put in place in collaboration with the Teacher Service Commission to alleviate teacher shortage in Likoni sub-county, noting that senior secondary competence-based education, CBE, has already been rolled out. The Ministry of Education is also required to tell the House the current number of students and teachers on permanent and pensionable terms deployed across the country. This is for JSS and senior secondary schools in Likoni sub-county, and equally specify the timelines for addressing the identified gaps in matter staffing of teachers. This is for schools within Likoni. Outlining of measures being undertaken by the ministry to enhance staffing and upgrading of the institutions in Likoni to at least cluster 1 rather, is also another matter that the CS will also be addressing this afternoon. The other questions will be coming from Honorable Robert Mbui, Member of Parliament for Kathiani, who wants the Cabinet Secretary for Education to tell the House on whether enrollment of Tier 1 and Tier 2 schools has increased disproportionately to the detriment of Tier 3 and 4. These are schools in Tier 3 and 4, which are now facing possible closure due to declining populations. Outlining the measures that will be put in place to support institutions experiencing significant enrollment in matters declining of enrollment of students, noting that their financial sustainability is directly tied to the number of learners for receipt of capitation. This is a matter that the CS for Education had ventilated on some times back, saying that the ministry will be getting into an assignment where the ministry will be looking at the population of schools across the country and determining the way forward for schools who may be having a small number of learners. We will be awaiting more answers in regards to that particular matter before the National Assembly this afternoon. Honorable Richard or Rashid Bedzimba, the Member of Parliament for Kisauni, equally has a number of questions for the Cabinet Secretary for Education. Professor Migos is required to provide the rationale behind next decision not to equate certificates or diplomas obtained from schools offering international curriculum in the country. And with the indication from the Sergeant at Arms is that the quorum has been attained. So kindly allow me to hand over for this live broadcast brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Enjoy your viewing.
Honorable members, we may now proceed. First order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, okay, I'll let you leave first. Honorable members, you may recall that on Tuesday, 14th April 2026, this House rejected the motion on consideration of the Senate amendments to the Cooperatives Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2024. The decision of the House effectively remitted the bill to a mediation committee pursuant to the provisions of Article 112 of the Constitution and Standing Order 149. Honorable members, Article 113 of the Constitution requires that whenever a bill is referred to mediation, the speakers of the Houses of Parliament shall each appoint an equal number of members to attempt to develop a full version of the bill for consideration by the Houses of Parliament. Further, the National Assembly Standing Order has outlined the procedure for appointment of members to such committee. In this regard, honorable members, having consulted the leader of majority party and the leader of the minority party, I have appointed the following members to the mediation committee to attempt to develop a version of the bill for consideration by the Houses of Parliament. And they are the following. 1, the Honorable Marianne Kitany, MP, the Honorable Dr. Beatrice Adagala, MP, the Honorable Joshua Mwalo, MP, the Honorable Robert Gishimu, MP, the Honorable John Bwire, MP, the Honorable Ali Wario, MP, the Honorable Anthony Olwoch, MP, the Honorable Joyce Kamene, MP, and the Honorable Dr. Oundo Ojiambo, MP. The aforementioned members will await the appointment of the senators to the mediation committee for it to be fully constituted for the purposes of commencing the mediation process. Once I receive a message from the Senate to that effect, I will convey it to the House. Thereafter, the mediation committee will embark on an attempt to develop a version of the bill for consideration of the Houses of Parliament in accordance with the provisions of Article 113 of the Constitution, and the House is accordingly guided. Thank you, honorable members. And honorable members, as we wait for the next order, I wish to acknowledge the presence of the delegation of 4 officials from the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. The delegation are on a visit to engage the National Assembly on hosting of the 3rd Global Parliamentary Summit Against Hunger and Malnutrition in Nairobi later in the year. Honorable members, on my own behalf, and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements during their stay in the country. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 22nd April 2026, afternoon sitting. Request for approval of stoppage of funds transfer to County Government of Meru pursuant to Section 96 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 41(2)A, and Article 225 of the Constitution from the National Treasury, and 2, reports of the Auditor General and financial statement for the year ended 30th June 2025 and the certificates therein in respect of 1. Belgut Technical Training Institute, 2. Borabu Teachers Training College, 3. Borabu Technical Training Institute, 4. Consolidated Bank of Kenya Limited, 5. Mbita Technical and Vocational College, and 6. Wajir East Technical and Vocational College. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I lay.
Leader of Delegation, Honorable Doris Donya.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 22nd April 2026. A report of Kenya delegation to the 10th Interparliamentary Union Global Conference of Young Parliamentarians held in Iran, Armenia from 12th to 14th September 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, allow me to reorder the order paper. We shall now move from order number 5 to order number 8, so we can put the question, and then order number 9 and order number 10, and then we shall go back to order number 6 and 7. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. 7th report on the audited accounts of various state corporations for the financial years 2018-2019 to 2020-2021. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I now put the question that this House adopts the 7th report of the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education on its examination of the audited financial statements of the following state corporations for the financial years 2018-2019, 2019-2020, and 2020-2021, laid on the table of this House on Thursday, 26 February 2026. 1. The Kenya Law Reform Commission. 2. Kenya Copyright Board. 3. National Cohesion and Integration Commission. 4. Business Registration Service. 5. Nairobi Center for International Arbitration. 6. Kenya Accreditation Service. And 7. The National Transport and Safety Authority. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Sixth report on the audited accounts for the Stores and Services Fund and the Occupational Safety and Health Fund for the financial years 2020, 2021 and 2021, 2022. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the House adopts the sixth report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the audited financial statements for the Stores and Services Fund for the financial years 2020, 2021 and 2021, 2022, and the Occupational Safety and Health Fund for the financial years 2020, 2021 and 2021, 2022, laid on the table of this House on Thursday, 7th February 2023. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, motion. 10th report on the audited accounts of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for the financial years 2016, 2017 to 2021, 2022. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I now put the question that this House adopts the 10th report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited accounts of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for the financial years 2016, 2017 to 2021, 2022, laid on the table of this House on Tuesday, 2nd December 2025. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order, we go back to 6.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Okay, we have questions. I think by... Okay, there was a question to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. I think they are being responded to now. Respond to the following questions by the Honorable Catherine Omayo.
We can do the statements.
Honorable members, I'm told that the CS is not here yet, so we'll go to statements. Statements. We go to, let's start with statements. There were statements will be requested by the Honorable Wanami Wamboko, member for Bumula, Wamboko. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Wanami Wamboka. Omboko is my senior. He's a teacher, history teacher.
Okay, I'll repeat that again. The Honorable Wanami Wamboko.
And Kupet National Chairman. And for that matter, congratulations, my brother, for winning again. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding security in Kabula Ward in Bumula constituency. Honorable Speaker, over the recent past, areas within Bumula constituency, including Kabula Ward, Mateka, Kimwanga, Nasianda, and Mayanja centers, have witnessed a surge in criminal activities, which has resulted in loss of lives, fear, and anxiety among residents. The incidents have adversely affected economic activities in the area, placing the safety of residents and the business community at risk. Despite ongoing security interventions, including engagement with the national government administrative officers and GAOs, Nyumba Kumi initiatives and public barazas aimed at strengthening security and enhancing security patrols, these incidents continue unabated. For instance, on 13th April 2026, Mr. Isaac Wanjala Wabwide of ID number that, a night guard in Kabula Ward, was brutally murdered during an attack at a local business building. This raises concerns regarding the adequacy of policing intelligence gathering and response mechanisms. There have been reports of delayed response and insufficient scrutiny patrols, particularly during the night, which has in turn emboldened criminal elements. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. One, the status of investigations into the murder of Mr. Isaac Wanjala Wawiri, including whether perpetrators have been identified and apprehended. Two, the immediate measures that the government is taking to enhance security in Bumula constituency and specifically within Kabula and Mateka wards. And three, the long-term strategies being implemented to restore security, strengthen community policy initiatives, and enhance collaboration between security agencies and the residents. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
That statement will be handled by the Administration and Internal Security Committee. Honorable Tongoyo, how long? Yeah, oh, sorry, that's not you. Yes, Honorable Russell.
Thank you, Speaker. The chairman just walked in. We'll respond immediately after the recess.
Okay, thank you. Next is a statement by the Honorable Julius Taitumu, member for Igembe North. Oh, okay, I'm told the member requested for a deferral. Okay, let's move next. Before we move to the statements, no, there are many. We'll go to the questions that are being responded to. I'm told that it's already dealt with, but will be reported by the vice chairperson, Administration and Internal Security, Honorable Russell. I think there are 9 of them.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
All of them, actually.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, just as you said, all these questions were responded to by the minister yesterday before the committee, and colleagues were able to converse appropriately, and there are areas that may have had gaps, and the minister indeed confirmed that he was going to write back. So the following questions were responded to. Investigation into shooting incident in Ketengela, asked by Honorable Kakuta Maimai. Statement on insecurity in Samburu County, asked by Honorable Pauline Lenguris. Statement regarding encroachment and attempted establishment of multi-agency security installation within Marsabit County, asked by Honorable Professor Guyo Jaldesa. Statement regarding insecurity in Kandui constituency, asked by Honorable John Makali. Statement regarding disappearance of Mr. Shukri Hassan Ali, requested by Mandera West constituency, Honorable Adan Haji Yusuf. Statement regarding insecurity in Kwale County, caused by criminal gang, requested by member for Kwale County, Honorable Fatuma Masito. A statement regarding the rising cases of insecurity in parts of Western Kenya, asked by member for Teso South, Honorable Mary Emase. A statement on the abduction of Mr. Guyo Lubo. A statement requested by Honorable Mumina Bonaya, County MP Siolo. A statement on insecurity affecting teachers serving in the Isiolo Kipsing region of Isiolo County, requested by Honorable Mumina Bonaya, member Isiolo County. Statement regarding mounting of roadblocks across the country, requested by Honorable Abubakar Talib. A statement regarding the abduction of a resident in Ulugo, Sub-County Garissa County, requested by Honorable Mulker Harun Mohammed. A statement regarding the circumstances surrounding the burial of multiple unidentified bodies at the Kericho County Cemetery, requested by Kericho County Member of Parliament, Honorable Beatrice Kemei. A statement into the death of Ms. Bridget Njoki Wainaina, requested by Member for Kiambu Constituency, Honorable Machua Waidaka. Honorable Speaker, I beg to table.
Thank you, honorable members. I think now we are done with the statements. And honorable members, allow me to make a communication. Go back to, yes? Honorable Tongoyo, you have something
Thank you.
to say about the statement?
Just want to a little bit of follow-up on what the Vice Eraso had handled. Yesterday, the Speaker did direct that despite the tabling of the 9 or the 12 of other statements, we do a little bit mention and or kind of reading on what regards the Kericho in specific. Yeah, the mass grave in Kericho. So maybe I need your guidance if I will proceed.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Kericho County, Beatrice Kemei, had requested the statement. And in particular, she wanted to know a report on whether the burial of the said bodies was duly authorized, including confirmation of all permits issued, and whether the county government of Nyamira, where the bodies were coming from, or alleged, obtained the requisite approval from the county government of Kericho and the relevant national authorities in compliance with the applicable laws and inter-county protocol. B, a comprehensive account of the discrepancies between the reported approval for burial of 13 bodies and the actual interment of the 33 bodies, including verified information on all the bodies, specified their origin, identity status, documented circumstances of death, and reason for the mass disposal. C, planned by the government to undertake comprehensive forensic identification of the bodies, including data analysis to establish their identities and notify the next of kin for the closure and the decent burial. And D, a report on the status and the finding of the investigation into the death, transportation, and the burial of the bodies, and the measures being taken to ensure accountability to prevent the recurrence of the same. And I state as follows. Honorable Speaker, on the 21st March 2026, a report was made at Kericho Police Station by a member of the public, Vido bin number 372103 of 26, regarding a suspected mass grave at the Makaburuni area. Police officers found 5 casual grave diggers who informed them they had been hired to dig a grave. The individual led the police officers to the exact location of the suspected mass grave, and the scene was secured. Investigations were immediately commenced by the Kericho County criminal investigation officers. On the 22nd March, an investigation team led by the DCI homicide revisited the scene
Honorable
preliminary-
Tongoyo, you can just summarize, because even I just exercise my discretion to allow you to go through it,
No.
because the chair, the member who you're responding to is not present. We would actually have forfeited
It's okay,
it.
I'm doing so.
just
The
summarize.
Speaker, I think it's because of the public interest.
Yeah, but summarize.
Yes, I'm doing so, well guided. Sorry, I need to retract. I think that is on the 22nd investigation led by the DCI homicide, visited the scene, and the preliminary investigation established that Makaburuni Cemetery in Kericho is owned by the National Council of Churches, and the cemetery caretaker, Richard Towet, stated that he had received a court order from David Araka, a public health officer from Nyamira County, authorizing the interment of the unclaimed bodies as exact. He presented various correspondence relating to the interment in the support of the claim. And on the issue, on the same date, the police arrested David Araka, the public health officer at Nyamira District Hospital, and Mr. Jackson Machori Nyarabi, the chief mortician at the said hospital, and they were booked at the Kericho police station. A court order presented the suspect revealed a discrepancy in the number of bodies authorized for burial. Consequently, the documents were subjected to verification with the issuing authority, and respondents in way is awaited. The three suspects, that is Richard David Jason, arraigned before the court, and the police filed a miscellaneous application number E129, E130, and E140, seeking exhumation orders for the interred bodies and custodial orders of the suspect. An exhumation exercise was conducted on the 24th by the DCI homicide, witnessed by government pathologist Dr. Richard Njoroge and Jonah Nyamunga, representative from the Kericho County government and representative from NCCK, and the human rights actors and Kericho public health officers. And the exercise resulted in exhumation of 33 bodies. And I think there is a summary of the 33, as indicated here. There were 8 males, and two of them were uncertain due to composition. One was due to head injury to a blunt force trauma. One was pulmonary thromboembolism. The other one case was septicemia. One case was choking. The other one hypertensive heart disease. The one case was pneumonia. And there were about 25 fetuses. The prematurity, birth asphyxia, and amputation specimen, leading to a total of 39 bodies. I think, Honorable Speaker, because you directed for summarized, the investigation established that 2 court orders are in circulation, one authorizing the bodies of 7 bodies and another authorizing the burial of the 13 unclaimed bodies from Nyamira. These court orders are currently under verification with the issue court to ascertain their authenticity, and additionally several documents obtained from the suspect and the mortuary are undergoing forensic examination to determine whether the requisite approvals and permits on inter-authorities were duly obtained in compliance with the law. So maybe I think that is the most important part, because you have instructed for summarized. So that's what I want to state, and I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member for Gitutu Masaba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, kindly allow me to raise 2 issues. One is a brief one, which maybe would request that the majority leader could assist us, that as much as we thank Treasury for keeping in schedule with the CDF disbursement to the board, for this month, we are running out of time, and as we head towards the end of the financial year, if they could fast track the same. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, it's now almost 2 months, and the majority leader is very much aware of this. We have been requesting for a statement on the deduction of the 13 million per constituency under KERA, the 22% and 10% RMLFs. Honorable Speaker, every 2 weeks, we've been informed by the chair of roads that he will respond. The most recent having been last week, when he was asked by the Speaker and the Majority Leader to give us a response on Tuesday this week. Honorable Speaker, he actually said he didn't have a response, but promised that today he will give a response this afternoon. Honorable Speaker, we are talking about 3.77 billion in total, deducted from all constituencies, and no one wants to offer an explanation. 13 million on average in most constituencies on routine maintenance. Those are 3 roads that are now impassable, and yet no explanation is coming into this House. Honorable Speaker, you know it is sad that 98% of members of this House come from rural constituencies, and they really rely on this. We all, you know, I'm usually very proud when I look at the Facebook page of the Majority Leader. When I compare with the one for Honorable Charorot and Wamboka here, well, they post Maram roads and say routine maintenance ongoing. We all would like to be like Majority Leader who only posts tarmac roads. But before we reach there, Honorable Speaker, can we get an answer on why these monies have been deducted? And because the chair of the roads, who also seems to be well off in his constituency and maintaining his roads, because we've seen even billboards in Nakuru talking about his good work in roads in his constituency, in Naivasha. Honorable Speaker, some of us do not have that laxity. We need the roads to be maintained, and we need to know why these monies are late. And because the chair is not able to do it, is it possible that the clerk writes to the Kera DG, and once he has the response, I can have that response to read to the rest of my colleagues, my fellow sufferers. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
That almost was a fully fledged statement, but Majority Leader, do you want to respond?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the first one, Honorable Speaker, on NGCDF, I think as Honorable Clive says, we are on course, and the assurance from the Cabinet Secretary and the PS National Treasury is that we shall not cross over the financial year with any money owed to NGCDF, and they will ensure that they have disbursed everything before the end of the year. Honorable Speaker, on RMLF, the chair last week did indicate that he would give a statement this week. I was just trying to recall as Clive was speaking which particular day he had indicated, and I cannot reach him today on phone. It was today. His phone has been off since 11 in the morning. So I am not able to reach him, and I will endeavor to look for him and see if he can be able to answer that either tomorrow or latest Tuesday if he will not be around tomorrow. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Clive has said something that he's alluding to, that he looks at my Facebook page, and he knows I have very efficient staff in my office who post what happens in my space. But also to advise Honorable Clive, because he is a first-time member, just like the Honorable Charorot, whose example he has given, that it is possible with the RMLF money that you get in your constituency, 22% and 10%, to do tarmac roads. I made that deliberate decision way back in 2019, that I shall never, in my life as Member of Parliament for Kikuyu constituency, use public funds to grade a road, lay maram, that will be washed away in the next season. I would rather, with the 60 million shillings I have, tarmac 1 kilometer of road. And it's something you could borrow from. And I will invite you to Kiambaa constituency, because the member for Kiambaa borrowed the same from me and is able to tarmac half a kilometer. But that is not to say that what Clive is saying is also not true, because it is true. You cannot compare my constituency to Honorable Charorot's constituency, because it's more expansive. My constituency is densely populated but has shorter roads. And therefore, that is why I say you cannot compare yourself to myself or compare GK's constituency that is smaller than Kikuyu actually, in terms of geographical size, to your constituency. And therefore, you could borrow the short span roads, endeavor to tarmac, but that is not to say that the chair should not answer that question. and he will be able, I will push that he answers that question this week, latest next week before we break for the recess, because Honorable Clive Gesairo has been on that matter now, I think, for almost 3 months, since December, the last week before we broke, I think, for the recess is when he asked that particular issue. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Allow me to move back to order number 2, as I have a communication to make, and then we can go to questions to the Cabinet Secretary. You want to read out the order? Okay. Honorable members, you will recall that during the morning sitting of the today, 22nd April 2026, I did convey to the House a matter of privilege arising from a complaint from the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, as revived by a letter received from the member from the member for Homa Bay Town constituency, the Honorable Peter Kaluma MP. At the time, while noting that a question of privilege takes precedence and must be dispensed with as a matter of priority, I did allow interventions and comments from the House on the matter. Honorable members, arising from the invitation, several members of the committee did comment and called into question the origin, the timing, and the intentions of the allegations, while highlighting the need to conduct a fair hearing and to safeguard the dignity of the House and its members. The members who spoke included the Deputy Minority Whip, the Honorable Mark Mwenja, CBS MP, the Honorable Duncan Mathenge, MP, the Honorable Daniel Carrido, MP, the Honorable Ambassador Francis Sigei, MP, the Honorable Shadrach Mwiti, MP, and the Honorable Rebecca Tonkei, MP. Honorable members, in addition, several other members did lend their voice to the discussion, including the Majority Whip, the Honorable Sylvan Sosoro, CBS MP, the Honorable Majimbo Kalasinga, MP, the Honorable Jared Okello, MP, the Honorable Clive Gesairo, MP, the Honorable Dr. Robert Bukose, CBS MP, the Honorable Professor Phyllis Bartow, MP, and the Honorable Dido Raso, MP. The members did note the grave nature of the allegations and the possibility of their use to tarnish the name of the chairperson and members generally without proof. Notably, the Honorable Clive Gesairo, MP, questioned the delay between the lodging of the complaint and its apparent revival by Honorable Kaluma. Honorable members, at the tail end of the interventions, I did allow the Honorable Jack Wamboka, MP, to comment on the allegations. The Honorable Wamboka noted that the allegations were unfounded and possibly related to the robust examination of reports and accounts of the NCIC by the committee. Notably, he alleged irregular recruitment by the commission, allegedly at the behest of the outgoing commissioners, misappropriation of funds by the commissioners, and the persistent failure by the commission to honor invitations to appear before the committee as the reasons behind the complaint. Honorable members, the Honorable Wamboka further queried the motive behind Honorable Kaluma's letter and was of the view that the delay in the conveyance of the complaint indicated a determination by the Honorable Speaker that it was devoid of merit. Ultimately, he maintained the complaint ought not to have been brought to the attention of the House and urged the House to reject it summarily. I'll sit so that the members who are on their feet can sit down. Okay. Honorable Jalango, I'm on my feet. Okay, be seated so that I can proceed. Okay. Honorable members, as I proceed to guide on this matter, permit me to address a number of critical issues relating to the complaint and the ensuing interventions. Firstly, it is incumbent upon the House to treat any question affecting its privilege with utmost urgency, regardless of the origin or its perceived motive. Any member of this House is at liberty to raise any issue that, in their view, is a threat to the privilege of the House. Casting aspersions on the intention of the Honorable Kaluma without fully and transparently addressing the complaint does not advance the interest of the House. It is also logically follows that a complaint of this nature, once raised, cannot be dismissed summarily. It has to be considered in accordance with the standing orders of the House and its established practices, precedents, and traditions. Secondly, honorable members, it was urged that the complaint conveyed did not merit being brought to the attention of the House. This view does not accord with the dictates of the Constitution on the national values, principles of governance, and those of the leadership and integrity. I am left to wonder where the proper place of directing the complaint received would be. Is it the view of the House that the complaint relating to the chairperson of the committee should be rerouted to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the Director of Criminal Investigations, or the Director of Public Prosecutions? Alternatively, would it have been in order for the Speaker to feign ignorance and take no action on the matter? I hardly think so. I remain of the considered view that the Constitution, the Conflict of Interest Act 2025, relevant statutes, and our standing orders obligate the Honorable Speaker to jealously safeguard the dignity and privilege of the House in the manner adopted this morning. Thirdly, honorable members, as the chairperson of the Liaison Committee, I am aware of the instances where a committee encroaches on the mandate of another while seeking JUISA business outside their ordinary mandate. Our standing orders clearly demarcate the mandate of the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education. While reviewing the comments of the Honorable Wamboka on this matter, I was hard-pressed to locate some of the matters alluded to as giving rise to the complaint within the mandate of this committee. Summoning of persons or entities to address matters falling outside the committee's mandate may unnecessarily antagonize the said persons or entities against both the committee and the House. Fourthly, as was noted by the Deputy Minority Whip and other several members, pursuant to Article 49 of the Constitution, the member is a subject of allegations. The member that is subject of the allegations enjoys an inviolable right to a fair hearing. Any conclusion made on the basis of the allegations alone would be premature and effectively condemn the Honorable Wamboka and had. And I think it's meant to be Article 47. Anyway, honorable members, permit me to remind us of the express dictates of the Constitution on the responsibilities of leadership, Article 73(1) of the Constitution, which provides, and I quote, 73(1), authority assigned to the state officer is a public trust to be exercised in a manner that, 1, is consistent with the purposes and objects of this Constitution, 2, demonstrates the respect for the people, 3, brings honor to the nation and dignity to the office, and 4, promotes public confidence in the integrity of the office, and vests the state officer the responsibility to serve the people rather than power to rule them. Honorable members, I'm in agreement with Honorable Kaluma that allegations made against the chairperson of the committee of the House poses a grave threat to the public trust bestowed upon this House and its members if the same are not conclusively addressed. The public trust bestowed on us demands that we consider the issue with urgency and transparency while observing the dictates of the Constitution on fair hearing and due process. As members will recall, the House has had previous occasion to investigate grave allegations of bribery made against the Public Accounts Committee of the 11th Parliament. At the time, the House did break ranks with its members and unanimously resolved to take the unprecedented step of disbanding the committee and further barring specific members who served in the committee from being nominated to serve in the reconstituted committee to preserve trust in the audit and oversight function. Honorable members, in the current case, as I indeed mentioned this morning, we are faced with a novel situation in which the grave allegations have been made against only one member of the committee, who is also happens to be the chairperson. The questions that immediately come to mind are whether allegations relating to the discharge of the functions of the committee may be directed to a single member, or whether other members present in the proceedings either actively encouraged or condoned the conduct complained of. I note that the members of the committee who spoke today morning did distance themselves from the allegations and called for evidence of any impropriety to be submitted and tested. However, it has since been brought to my attention that there are other complaints relating to the leadership of the committee in discharge of its mandate. As such, the various questions surrounding the complaint can only be interrogated and addressed through a hearing. Honorable members, during the review of the standing orders by the 12th Parliament, the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education was hived off from the previous singular Public Investments Committee to address the backlog of examination of reports from the Office of the Auditor General. The committee is mandated to interrogate reports and the accounts of the public investments relating to education, defense, governance, justice, and law and order sectors. The work of the committee is extremely time-sensitive in the light of the provisions of the Constitution requiring that audit reports be examined by the House and the resultant reports considered within 90 days. I'll allow the members on their feet to sit before I proceed. To my mind, prudence dictates that the discharge of the critical mandate should not be delayed or clouded by even a hint of impropriety in its work. In this regard, and on the basis of the complaint before the House, it would not serve the interests of the House and the work of the committee to unnecessarily drag the rest of the members into a controversy in which they are not the primary parties. Pursuant to the provisions of Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act and the provisions of our standing orders, the Committee on Powers and Privileges is mandated to inquire into the conduct of any member whose conduct is alleged to constitute a breach of privilege, either on its own motion or upon a complaint being made by any person. In this regard, I'm persuaded to refer the complaint to the Committee of Powers and Privileges for inquiry and reporting to the House. Honorable members, earlier in this guidance, I did allude to the consideration of similar matter during the 11th Parliament, which resulted in disbandment of the Public Accounts Committee. At the time, for the purposes of augmenting the membership of the Committee of Powers and Privileges with seasoned members to assist in the determination of the complaint, the then Speaker co-opted additional members into the committee. Noting the weight of the allegations and their implications on the dignity of the House, I hereby co-opt the following 3 members to the Committee on Powers and Privileges for the purposes of this inquiry. 1, the Honorable Samuel Chepkonga, CBS MP. 2, the Honorable Sarah Korere, MP. And 3, the Honorable Robert Gishimu, CBS MP. Members on your feet, please be seated. To the nearest seat. And he still had time to shake his colleague's hand. Obviously, urgency is not in his dictionary. I continue. The 3 shall lend their unique experience to the committee, having served in the leadership positions in the House as other chairpersons, vice chairpersons, and members of the House Business Committee. Additionally, the Honorable Chepkonga and the Honorable Gishimu shall extend their exceptional legal expertise to the work of the committee. Honorable members, to avoid the conflict that may arise if the Right Honorable Speaker or any of the members of the Presidium were to chair the Committee on Powers and Privileges, and therefore thereafter preside over the consideration of its recommendations by the House, I appoint the Honorable Samuel Chepkonga, CBS MP, to chair the Committee of Powers and Privileges for the purposes of the inquiry. Noting that the House is scheduled to proceed on recess as from Thursday, 30th, 2026, and resume its sittings on Tuesday, 26th May, 2026, the committee is expected to inquire into the matter expeditiously and report back to the House within the next 45 days. The committee is directed to prioritize the consideration of the complaint and submit its report to the House on or before Tuesday, the 9th of June, 2026. Honorable members, for the avoidance of doubt, the Committee on Powers and Privileges shall limit its proceedings to the consideration of the complaints received against the chairperson or the committee or any other relevant issue or complaint relating to the leadership of the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education in the discharge of its mandate. In order to safeguard public trust in the work of the Public Investments Committee or Governance and Education during the pendency of the inquiry, I'm further persuaded to suspend the Honorable Jack Wanami Wamboka, MP, from chairing the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education during the period. For the avoidance of doubt, the conduct of the inquiry is not a bar to any other or further investigations into the matter by any other relevant law enforcement agencies. Honorable members, under our standing orders, the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education is a watchdog committee whose chairing is reserved for the minority party for obvious reasons. Noting that the current vice chairperson was only recently sworn in as a member of parliament, I further direct that the leader of minority party nominates an interim chairperson of the committee by midday tomorrow, Thursday, the 23rd of April, 2026. In default of the nomination, the committee shall be at liberty to allow the vice chairperson to chair its meetings or to elect an interim chairperson from among their ranks during the pendency of the inquiry. As the House awaits the report of the Committee on the Powers and Privileges, I beseech all of us, and especially the members of the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education, to deeply introspect on whether we have fully lived up to our solemn duty as servants who have been called to the performance of important trusts in this republic. The complaints received, the inquiry and its outcome shall be a clarion call for the committee and all of us to reevaluate and optimize the manner in which we treat and consider all matters that are brought before us for consideration, including by being ready to hold our leadership to account. In summary, therefore, my guidance is as follows. 1, that the complaint against the chairperson of the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education is referred to the Committee on Powers and Privileges for inquiry and reporting to the House within the next 45 days. The committee is directed to prioritize the consideration of the complaint and submit it to the report to the House on or before Tuesday, the 9th of June, 2026. 2, that the committee shall limit its proceedings to the consideration of the complaints received against the chairperson of the chairperson or the committee or any other relevant issue or complaint relating to the leadership of the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education in the discharge of its mandate. The inquiry is not a bar to any other further investigations into the matter by any other relevant enforcement agencies. 3, that noting the weight of the allegations and the implications on the dignity of the House, the following 3 members are hereby co-opted into the Committee on Powers and Privileges for the purposes of inquiry. The Honorable Samuel Chepkonga, CBS MP, the Honorable Sarah Korere, MP, and the Honorable Robert Gishimu, CBS MP. That the Honorable Samuel Chepkonga, CBS MP, shall chair the Committee of Powers and Privileges for the purposes of the inquiry. And 5, that during the pendency of the inquiry, the Honorable Jack Wanami Wamboka, MP, stands suspended from chairing the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education. The leader of majority is directed to nominate, the leader of minority is directed to nominate an interim chairperson of the committee by midday tomorrow, Thursday, the 23rd of April, 2026, and in default of the nomination by the minority party, the committee shall be at liberty to allow the vice chairperson to chair its meetings or to elect an interim chairperson from among its members from the minority coalition. The House is accordingly guided. Thank you, honorable members. Next order. Do you want to say something, Majority Leader? Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I know there's no comment on your communication, but I just wanted to commend you for that very Solomonic decision and communication. Because, Honorable Speaker, as you recall, because you were in the 11th Parliament, when there were similar allegations against the Public Accounts Committee, then led by the Honorable Ababu Namwamba, it led to sort of condemnation of the entire committee and to a large extent the House. And I say your decision is Solomonic, Honorable Speaker, because I captured two pertinent issues that you have spoken to, that you asked whether it would have been more prudent to send that allegation to the EACC or other investigative agencies. And I think your decision to take it to our Powers and Privileges Committee is the best decision, so that we deal with our own internal matters internally, and two, we give the chairperson, Honorable Amboka, a fair opportunity to be heard, so that there is fair administrative justice being exercised, first within the House, even, as you say, without precluding other investigative agencies from conducting any investigation that they may want to. But it is paramount that we protect the dignity of the House and its committees by first acting here within the House ourselves. And I say that, Honorable Speaker, because I know there has been a back and forth between senators and governors, and that decision that you have made this afternoon is not only Solomonic, but it will go down the annals of history as some of the right decisions to protect the dignity of the House and of individual members, so that we do not condemn all the members of that committee, because the allegations are not against the entire committee. They are not against any other member of the committee other than the chairperson. And therefore, it's only fair that the chairperson gets an opportunity to be heard. Those who allege get an opportunity to come and prosecute their case. And hopefully, under the chairmanship of Honorable Chepkonga, who is a seasoned lawyer and a member of a ranking member serving his third term, we should be able, within those 45 days, to know the way forward. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next order is questions. Yes. We had already called out the order. Honorable members, we have with us the Cabinet Secretary for Education. Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable Junet?
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. In line with your ruling, Madam Speaker, which I was listening to as I was coming to the House in my car, Madam Speaker, it's okay, Madam Speaker, that the Committee on Powers and Privileges is there so that it can handle certain issues pertaining any complaint and any allegations. So, Madam Speaker, Honorable Mboka, as a member of my party minority side, I hope he will get a fair treatment and a fair hearing through the committee, and he will not be mistreated, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, and I think that in the end he will be vindicated, God willing. And the people who should have been taken to those committees are the people now who are shouting in the House, Madam Speaker, but their day is coming ahead of us. But Mr. Wamboka, Madam Speaker, I know he's a law-abiding member of Parliament. He's a man who has chaired a committee for some time as a first member of Parliament. So, Madam Speaker, we will wish him well, and I hope and feel that in the end he will be vindicated, God willing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. We shall now proceed for the first question to the honorable. Yes.
As per your communication, Madam Speaker, because of, in accordance with your ruling, we will nominate from our side a member to hold for the committee chairmanship by tomorrow noon, as you said.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We will now take the first question under Standing Order 42A, 6B, that is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Education, who is now with us in the chamber. Thank you. Honorable Lomboko. Okay, Honorable Lomboko, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The question was already undertaken and a discussion ensued in this House over the matter related to the payment of the Kenya National Examination Council to invigilators, supervisors, examiners, and other personnel who rendered their services during the administration and marking of the 2025 Kenya Primary School Education Assessments, KPSEA, Kenya Junior School Education Assessments, KJSEA, and Kenya Certificate Secondary School.
Proceed, Honorable, proceed.
Maybe I'll take it again. That the matter had already been raised and discussed over the status of the payment of the Kenya National Examination Council to invigilators, supervisors, examiners, and other personnel who rendered their services during the administration and marking of the 2025 Kenya Primary School Education Assessments, KPSEA, Kenya Junior School Education Assessments, KJSEA, and the Kenya Certificate Secondary Education, KCSE, and payments to examination centers and attended expenditures. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, this question is already with the CS. I don't need to ask it any further, and that's the status, because outside there, every teacher is waiting to get his monies for having participated either in supervising, invigilation, or marking of these exams. Remember, Honorable Speaker, these exams were done way back last year in September, October, November, thereabout. Now we are doing the 7th month, thereabout, since this business was done, and the Kenya National Examination Council has not paid these individuals. Something that is now currently threatening the education sector, because when I hear from the valves of other windows, the teachers are saying they may not proceed to open schools unless they are paid. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mboko. Honorable Mboko, of course you know that this was quite unprocedural. You'll have to come back. Our procedure, you know very well that when the minister comes normally, they first answer the questions that had been asked to them, then we shoot questions next. So you'll indulge us to deal with your matter last on this matter. At this point in time, I'm going to ask the Cabinet Secretary to give us a report, which is long overdue, on school uniforms. I'll guide on how you'll deal with your question as we proceed. Okay. So the Honorable Cabinet Secretary, I'm sure you prepared with a report on especially the school uniforms and the status of NEC payments. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, honorable members, for this opportunity to respond to issues, matters, education. Mr. Speaker, we have a report on the policy on school uniforms that I wish to present. And Mr. Speaker, I want to start by stating that the Ministry of Education has a policy framework in place to ensure that school uniforms are not prohibitively expensive, and by a circular dated 30th of May 2023, regional and county directors of education were directed to, one, ensure the stoppage of practices where school uniforms are stocked within schools and parents compelled to buy them, or where principals or heads of institutions direct parents to purchase uniforms from specific or specified dealers. Number two, they were also directed to note and process the names of non-compliant schools for necessary action within the provisions of the law. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has also issued a directive or directives to school principals to the following effect. One, that no school shall direct parents to any particular outlet for the purpose of purchasing uniforms. And 2, no school will stock any uniforms and boarding-related items whatsoever. The ministry, Mr. Speaker, has also directed heads of institutions not to deny learners admission on the basis of lack of uniforms. This position, Mr. Speaker, was also supported through a directive issued by His Excellency the President in January of this year. Mr. Speaker, the matter of the prohibitive costs of school uniforms was also captured in the report of the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform. The Working Party noted that school uniforms are expensive for parents because school administrators collude with suppliers and force parents to purchase from specific suppliers identified by the school administration. Consequently, the Working Party recommended that the Ministry of Education should provide guidelines to regulate and regularize the question of school uniforms in basic education institutions. Presently, school uniforms are determined by the boards of management of those institutions in consultation with parents' associations of those schools. This is in accordance with Regulation 67 of the Basic Education Regulations. Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform the House that at present, the ministry is working on the Presidential Directive of January this year to review the pricing of school uniforms in public schools in consultation with stakeholders. This review, which is ongoing, will drastically reduce the financial burden on parents. It will also eliminate wasteful variations in design and color. It will ensure quality, fairness, and competition in supply, and also advance the progressive realization of the constitutional right to free and compulsory basic education provided for under Article 53(1)(b) of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the review that is ongoing requires us to consider and balance various factors, such as the need for standardization vis-à-vis the role of school uniforms as a unique identifier and marks of school traditions and history. The review is due to complete its work by July of this year, after which we shall issue as a ministry policy guidelines on school uniforms across the country. I submit.
Honorable Speaker, you know I've been very keen on this particular matter of the policy around school uniforms. And I have been that keen on them because I am very passionate on access to education for millions of our children. And what the CS is telling us is what we have heard before. CS, we have heard this story over and over again. We are simply tired of hearing the same thing over and over again. Circulars, what the CS is telling us is that there was a circular dated 30th May 2023, saying the things that are happening today. What I expected the CS to tell us, and I know he has a retinue of education sector amendments that they were working on, and I wish the chair of the Education Committee was here to tell us where they are on it, is if teachers and those who are managing our schools are not adhering to your circulars. Because your circulars have just become pieces of paper that you send to schools. Nobody cares, nobody bothers to implement what you send to schools. As your circulars are being ignored, parents are being punished. Children are suffering at home because they cannot access schools, because they don't have uniform. Honorable Speaker, Honorable CS, it took none other than His Excellency the President, January this year, to issue a directive which again was not being followed through by your officers in the ministry. And I'm saying this years because what I would have expected to hear from you and the ministry today is, since you have circulars, you have guidelines, the Teacher Service Commission, as much as it may be an independent constitutional commission, you have an oversight role over this commission. What is it that you are doing to ensure that you take action against teachers who do not adhere to your guidelines? They don't follow the regulations that you have put in place around school uniforms. Because as we speak, CS, go to your own village, the schools in your constituency, in your village. You will discover 2 or 3 things. One, parents are still buying uniforms in schools against your guidelines. 2, parents are still being directed where to go and buy uniforms if they are not being sold in the school. 3, at the time grade 10s were reporting to schools, vendors had set up shops in schools. When did our school CS stop being institutions of learning and became shops for uniforms? Because all that teachers are doing now is congregating vendors to come and sell those uniforms in school. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, that I would have expected the CS to address, and the ministry is not personal on the CS, is a ministry, and that is why we sought policy guidelines. Grade 1 to grade 6 uniform. You are in a primary school called Gesharani Primary School in Gekambura village, where I come from. Grade 7, 8, 9. That child is still in Gesharani Primary School in the same village called Gekambura in Kikuyu constituency. Why do we need to change uniform? Because we are subjecting parents and these children. First, we are traumatizing children those who cannot afford uniform are being harassed every day they go to school because they have not changed their uniform from the primary school to the JSS uniform. Why is it important for us to change uniform at JSS? And I thought we were to make education accessible in line with Article 43 of our Constitution to every child in this country, whether you have means or you do not have CS. I do not see that coming from the ministry at all. No policy guidance, no corrective action when the teachers don't follow your circulars. Now CS, what you have done, you have come back to remind us that they are circulars. So if you have circulars and they are not being followed, then what are you people doing in the ministry? Where is TSC? I wish you would have told us, I have legislative proposals that I want to bring to you to criminalize any teacher who sends away a child on account of not having school uniform away from school. When the president issued this directive in January this year, I had not less than 100 SMSs CS. Maybe because you people are very comfortable in posh offices here in Nairobi, you do not know what is going on the ground. These members of parliament have to deal with those issues every day. They are the ones who are sponsoring students using NGCDF bursary. You pay school fees, the children cannot get to grade 10 because a teacher somewhere is now the Lord of Lords and the Alpha and Omega in a school and sends the child home. These parents cannot access your offices. So unless you either criminalize or you tell us what is it that you are doing to make sure that there is recourse for teachers who do not follow circulars. But it doesn't help us to come and tell us there was a circular of May 2023, another one January 2026. I am sure even now you will issue more circulars, but nobody will follow them. Honorable Speaker, I think the CS and the Ministry of Education must take this matter of school uniforms with the seriousness it deserves. You are simply being too casual with it, and you cannot afford to be casual with access to education for our children. And I may be agitated because this is very personal to me, Honorable Speaker.
I know, but
and to very many members.
I know. So you
and it's not about me, it's about our children.
No, you're right. But
Children of Kenya who see us as we wear ties and suits in town. There are children today who cannot access school. There are children today who have been chased home. They are opening school next week. I am certain if you and your PSs took time to go to these schools, you will go and discover there are children who have been chased away because of uniform, because of lunch. Children don't go to school to eat. And if they were going, they have to eat, yes. But nobody should send away a child out of school because they have not paid for a lunch program. There are circulars on lunch program. But who is following them? Who is following these circulars? These members will tell you in all their constituencies. I'm not talking about Kikuyu constituency. In fact, Kikuyu constituency, I'll tell you, Honorable CS, I take it so personally that if I get a case, I go to the school myself. But how many of us can afford that? I have that rare privilege because my constituency is 10 minutes away from this house. Honorable Gesairo cannot be going to Kisii, to Nyamira, every other day when he gets calls, when he gets texts here from parents, or my child has been sent home because of lunch. The best he can do is to send M-Pesa to the parent to pay lunch. But these members cannot afford to pay lunch for every student. We have a school feeding program again. This school feeding program is the headquarters of corruption in the Ministry of Education. And I say that without blinking an eyelid. I know, Honorable Speaker, I will get to it. You know, there are people who are in that office before who stole relief food in their earlier life.
You're doing so well. I just
not that one.
Order. You're doing so well. I just wanted to lose
Honorable Speaker.
the uniform issue.
Honorable Speaker, I said this is very personal to me. I wish the CS will tell this House, without being casual about this matter, what are we going to do to address this problem? Because it is a live problem, and it is there. I see in the UK and in other countries, Honorable Speaker, when you move from primary school to junior secondary, all you need is a badge on your coat lapel or on your school sweater or a change of tie. Yeah, you have a striped tie or a plain tie. When you get to JSS, you get a striped tie to distinguish you from those in primary school. But why are you having to subject? When I read this statement by the CS, I see no allusion to that. CS, the people who have prepared this statement for you are doing you a great disservice. Thank you. Very great disservice. Because you are not addressing the issues that we want to be addressed.
CS, in summary, to respond to the Honorable, the summary is this, is asking, has the ministry lost control of school heads and school principals? Can't you do anything about it? You write them down, they're going to have a couple of them coming. Yeah, reacting to this uniform. And members, please, the order. The CS has 7 questions to answer. So interventions next are going to be purely on the school uniform, nothing more. So will you have the Honorable Martin Peters Owino? The Honorable Muchomba. Yes. You just walked in, and these guys the MPs have already been queuing, so you have to just wait for your time.
Thank you.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. CS, this thing is as passionate to all of us as it is to the majority leader. In fact, the enforcement of uniform in our school is more traumatizing to our children than it does good. And we wanted the ministry to think out of the box. You go to these countries. We went in Angola last time. The only thing they have for students to identify themselves is just a simple overall, just overcoat. That's it. You go to Denmark, France, USA, Canada, there's no uniform. So why should we subject our children to that trauma, to intimidation? So what we want from you, because we have had this even last time, Mr. Speaker, when directives are given, circulars are written, but there's nobody to implement them. Thank you. There's no penalty. So that report really does not do us good. Thank you. Thank you.
Honorable Madenge.
Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Yeah.
Honorable Speaker, the CS gave a directive that children who had finished grade 9 report to the schools where they were called or the nearest schools and go to school with the uniform they were using in grade 9 for grade 10. 2 weeks later, the head teachers sent away those kids. And we want the Honorable CS, Honorable Speaker, not to just come and lead us statements, because the figures and the facts from these members of parliament We can name the schools, each one, on condition that then the CS commits on this floor, on the floor of this house, that then the responsible principals start suspended. Because we cannot continue having programs where we get answers in the house, but mambo kwa ground ni tofauti. Hawa ndio wanafanya tuambiwe tusikize ground.
Order.
Honorable Speaker, the schools that have been correcting fees for uniforms, I want the CS to tell us when the ministry auditors ever audited the money corrected for school fees and also for school feeding, lunch feeding programs in the schools. Not one school in Nyeri Central Sub-County has been audited for the money they correct for school uniforms and the money they correct for the school feeding program. What are the auditors for, being paid for by the taxpayer?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. The member for Samburu, Honorable Pauline Langros. Please make it short so that we can get as many as we can.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue of school uniform in our schools is really a very big problem. Parents and students are experiencing a lot of challenges because the prices they are given in school is really exaggerated. They cannot afford. And many students have missed learning because of this. Besides school uniform, Mr. Speaker, in Samburu, they are also asking parents, especially those students who are joining junior schools, to buy lockers and desks. So a parent is required to buy uniform, you are required to buy a desk, you are required to buy a locker. So it's really terrible. Parents cannot afford this. And it's really a big problem. Parents are running up and down, always during the beginning of the year because of these challenges. So this, we need a lot of regulation on this. And also the ministry should not sit down just to write policies. These policies must be implemented. And they can only be implemented if there is someone who is down there to follow up. Because these things are happening in the eyes of the county directors who are seated in the counties. What are they doing not to follow up, the policies that are given? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member for Magarini.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The issue of uniforms is indeed terrible. I have several students who were sent away because of the uniforms upon the directive by the President. None, even as I speak, there are several of them who have not joined the school. Is there anything the ministry is doing to curb this kind of affair? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Muchomba.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. In the year 2023, Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege of bringing a motion in this House regarding school uniforms. We debated like we are doing here, and the House chair then gave a directive, and the directive was directly related to the Ministry of Education. Mr. Speaker, I come from Githunguri, and I can confirm that whatever directive was given by this House to the ministry, a circular was issued, but none is implemented. Even after we debated and we did what we're supposed to do as a House, the President gave another directive. I can confirm even the directive His Excellency the President gave was not taken seriously. So why are we here? Why is the minister here? For how long are we going to sit here in this House, get bashed by members of public that we are not debating matters that concerns them? We tackle an issue like this sensitive issue of school uniform, and the relevant ministries do not even implement. Mr. Speaker, I refer to a regional directors of education circular that was issued on the 30th of May 2023 regarding school uniform. Reference to the letter that was written concerning issues of competition on the purchase and sale of uniform. And this letter referred the minister to refer to all regional directors and all county directors of education
that according to Basic Education Act number 14 of 2013, the Basic Education Regulations 2015, and other enabling legal instruments, parents are not supposed to purchase uniform from schools, canteens, and school shops. As you speak, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, we have schools that we know they are still stocking uniforms in their school compounds. When did a teacher, a head teacher, a discipline master, or whoever employed by the government of Kenya and the TSC becomes uniform vendor in the school compound?
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, the minister is here, and I think he needs to take this issue very seriously. Personally, as a lawmaker, I feel very demotivated that I can bring a motion in this house 3 years down the line on what we deliberated, nothing has been implemented. Right. Now, unless the minister wants to confirm with us that he is not capable of following the law.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Suba South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think we are addressing the right issue, but probably focusing on the wrong people. I think it is up to this House to decide whether in this country we should have school uniforms, because it is not mandatory in many jurisdictions. And if we insist that we must have school uniforms, then it is up to this House and the government in power to figure out how to make those uniforms affordable so that the requirement of having a uniform does not become a barrier for students to access education. It is not up to the ministry, it is up to this House and the government in power. So for me,
Order. Honorable Karoli, the reason this report was requested is pursuant to our role that you are saying we should discharge. That is why this report was requested.
I want to go further and say the statement that we should receive from the ministry is a report on a study on the merits and demerits of school uniforms or non-school uniforms in the educational system. That is what the ministry should present to this House so that we make a determination. And in my view, I don't think we need school uniforms. I don't think we do. But to go further, Honorable Speaker, recently there was a directive by the permanent secretary responsible for TVET that in TVET institutions at graduation time, the students should not wear gowns. A gown is what identifies the collective of the graduates and the pride of the occasion. I'm wondering whether there's a circular, whether there's a policy, or that was just a statement made out of half and which has no legal basis whatsoever. In any event, we are making the same mistake with respect to the books. We spend 10 billion a year on school books, yet a proper printing machine of 2 billion will give us the 10 billion books plus more. It is just lack of priority and a government that is not focused on efficiency and how to run affairs of the public. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you. The member for Loima.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issue of uniform has become a systemic problem in Kenya and requires very serious scrutiny. Honorable Speaker, the directive that was given in January by His Excellency the President, that all the students who are joining grade 10 must report to schools whether they have uniform or not, and whether they have shoes or not. That directive has not been followed. And the CS is telling us that he has written several memos to schools. Now my question is there a way the Ministry of Education is enforcing whatever memos they write to institutions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Singanga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I'm just following intervention the way they are. You know, I never skip, personally. I never skip anybody. So what I'm doing is that I'm following the intervention list the way it is. I've not skipped anyone so far.
Yeah.
Honorable Singanga, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The issue at hand today is very pertinent to all of us. And Honorable Speaker, I think what we need to do, if the Ministry of Education cannot come up even with the data of schools that are still not following the memo the Cabinet Secretary raised, the members who sit in this House, deal with these schools day in, day out, both the primary school and the secondary school, so we know them very well. So whatever that is being raised here, we are talking out of experience and out of that we are talking to these parents every day. What I don't understand, Honorable Speaker, where are the inspectors who used to visit the schools when we were young? They would visit the school and come find out what was going on in schools. And they will find out whether whatever they implemented was still going on, because we don't see those inspectors or quality assurance members or inspectors who used to come and inspect the schools to make sure everything is running. As we speak right now, Honorable Speaker, I want to tell you, even in day schools, for those ones who move from grade 9 to 10, they are at home. It is only parents. And if they don't have that data, the ministry can request the members of parliament. They can provide for that data. They know all those schools that are not adhering, or those schools that are sending the children to be at home. Even when we open in a week's time, those ones who don't have uniform, I want to tell you, they will not report to those schools. That one I can tell you. And it is, if they cannot be able to do it themselves, we'll have them do it, because children, we cannot allow children to continue being at home because of school uniform. It has never been hard. It is better even they go with home clothes to school. Thank you.
Honorable Mboko, please make it a minute so that we finish with this question.
Honorable Speaker, we cannot reduce this House to just an oversighting group of people. And therefore, I propose that I want to agree with the mover of this matter that the fourth Sustainable Development Goal was about access to education, and that's prime. So if school uniform is hindering access, then we have to deal with it. It is not enough to indicate that principals and teachers are not implementing. That's weak. This is Parliament. Parliament must make policy today. I want to go with the words of one of honorable spoke here, that this is how uniform shall be handled. And the minister must now bring an answer to us, that this is how he's going to answer the school uniform problem. Either it's going to free market and teachers are not involved in it instead of blaming the teachers, and this was done before, or we are doing away with uniform after all. Why are we having uniform? Legislators, let's not be weak. We must make a decision that will make education accessible. And if school uniform is among the things hindering the SDG number 4, we deal with it. We don't go supervising, oh, this school, that school, this. No, that's myopic. So let's deal with the question, and the ministry should bring policy on how we are going to deal with uniform, either removing it, either making it standard uniform so that it's not expensive and hindering access to education. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I'll have two more members, Honorable Gisairo, then the Honorable Member for Busia, then the Honorable Member for Teso South. I'm not seeing your cards here. So go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do happen to sit in the Education Committee. Honorable Speaker, this is not the first time the ministry has been asked to address this matter of uniform and laxity of its officials named sub-county education directors. Honorable Speaker, while I agree in total with the majority leader that we need to see stricter disciplinary measures on head teachers, we also do need to see very strict disciplinary measures on the sub-county education directors, because that's the lowest level of the CS's office. And the laxity starts there. If it leads to corruption, the corruption starts there. Honorable Speaker, we can borrow even from neighboring countries. Countries that sometimes we don't even want to pick an example from. Rwanda, DRC. The whole nation dons the same uniform. A navy blue trouser and a white shirt and a navy blue blazer or jersey. What differentiates us, the majority leader said, is the badge. For you to know that this child is going to a different school is the direction they are walking on the road. But across the country, be it private or public schools, the uniform is the same. Honorable Speaker, I think as a starting point, something critical that the majority leader raised to do with the difference in uniform between grade 1 and 6 and grade 7 and 9. I think the first policy or letter the CS should write after leaving here
is that effective January, there is no change of uniform. So that the uniform that is wearing out, the child should wear the uniform that they wore between grade 1 and grade 6. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Manyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question here is whether the uniforms are sold in school or outside school. Are they affordable? The parents are already burdened, and as a teacher, uniforms promote equality. I've had one of my colleagues say we don't need uniforms. The gap between the rich and the poor in Kenya, if we do not allow uniforms in school, it will cause a lot of distraction, because a rich kid comes with classy, clothes, and a poor one hardly can afford to change a shirt. So if we don't have uniforms in school, we'll be creating chaos, mental health. Children will be depressed. They'll start stealing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mase, 1 minute. Like I said, members, the minister...
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker.
The minister has 7 questions to go. So if you don't ask on this one, you can ask on the next. Go ahead.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker. Mheshimiwa Speaker, hii mambo ya uniform kwa mashule zetu ni mambo ambayo yametukera sana. Bei ya uniform iko juu zaidi kupita ile bei ya kawaida ya soko. Mheshimiwa Speaker, tumeyazungumzia kwa maswali, kwa mswada kama ile letwa na Mheshimiwa Gadoni, tumeyazungumzia katika kamati yetu ya elimu, lakini inaonekana kwamba hakuna ile elimu, idara ya elimu ni kama wameshindwa. Hata ile amri ambao wanatoa kupitia njia ya memo haichukuliwi maanani. Na ukiangalia sisi ambao tunafanya kazi mashinani, tukikutana na wazazi kila siku, unapata kuna mzazi anashindwa hata hiyo school fees, lazima asaidiwe na basari. Uniform peke yake ndio inachukua karibu nusu ya ile pesa ya kufanya shopping. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Speaker, kama ministry wameshindwa kutatua haya maneno, basi tuondoe uniform kwa mashule, watoto waende na nguo ya nyumbani waende wasome.
Asante. Honorable Muchangi.
Asante Speaker. Ningependa Mheshimiwa Speaker kujua kutoka kwa waziri wa elimu ni mpaka lini wanafunzi ambao ni wakorino wataendelea kuzuiliwa kuingia kwa mashule ambayo wamehitimu eti kwa sababu wao wamevalia vilemba kwa vichwa zao. Nauliza hivi kwa sababu ni wakati mwingi sana ambapo wanafunzi wanapoingia shule za sekondari, unapata kuna wanafunzi ambao kwa sababu ni wakorino wanarudishwa, na hilo jambo limeletwa kwa bunge hapa kwa kamati ya elimu. Hilo jambo limeenda hata kotini na koti ikapeana uamuzi na ikasimama na wanafunzi ambao ni wakorino. Kwa hivyo ningependa kujua kutoka kwa waziri saa hii ni mpaka lini hawa wanafunzi wakorino wataendelea kudhulumiwa.
Honorable Kenya. And lastly, the Honorable Imade.
Here I am. Thank you, Speaker. You know, the matter that we're dealing with here, Mr. Speaker, we may be bashing the minister.
He's not been bashed by
But
anybody.
2 things I want to say, Mr. Speaker. As long as the managers of our learning institutions are teachers who are members of TSC, then this problem is not going to be solved. Because the minister could issue these directives, but even if they are not obeyed, the minister has no power to either transfer or fire those people who are errant. And therefore, it is my proposal that maybe going forward, our schools should be managed by competent accountants or managers who have some training in finance and who are under the purview of the Ministry of Education, as opposed to TSC teachers who are running our institutions and the minister can do nothing about it.
The Honorable Imade.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to give an example. When I joined high school, one of the most prestigious high schools in Kenya, I came with my uniform, a short and a shirt. The directive of the president, if it was not obeyed and implemented, CS you must be able to tell us in the floor of this house, what direction are you going to take? Because it means you are sleeping on your job.
Thank you. Dr. Naomi Wako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The issue of school uniform is becoming a real challenge, especially to the disadvantaged people in our society. And also poor parents. Many are the times they come and mothers cry that they cannot take their child to school just because of that school uniform. We are putting a big burden on parents who have no income. Some are pastoralists. Their animals have died during the drought. They have no goat to sell so that they can buy school uniform for their children. Can the ministry just put themselves in their shoes and understand the dilemma that we are facing as leaders?
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Honorable Mishi Mboko, lastly.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi pia niseme ya kwamba swala la hizi uniform ni muhimu sana, lakini niseme lazima watoto wetu wawe na uniform, kwa sababu ikiwa kila mtu atavaa nguo yake, hatutajua mtu anaweza kwenda kufanya uhalifu na tusijue kama hawa ni wanafunzi wetu, na pia itakuwa ile heshima ya wanafunzi inapotea. Lakini nataka nipige msasa na niongeze pondo mheshimiwa mwenzangu aliyozungumzia mambo ya Wakorino ya kwamba huwa wanafunga vile vilemba vyao, na hata Waislamu pia sisi tunachukua kwamba nyele ni nyele hatufai kuziacha wazi, lazima tufinike kichwa chetu kwa sababu ni uchi kulingana na dini yetu ya Kiislamu. Kwa hivyo pia watoto wetu wawezeshwe, ikiwa watavaa ile uniform lakini waweze kufunga ile kidini, kama ni Wakorino wawe na kilemba chao, Waislamu wawe na hijabu, hata wale Kalasinga huwa wako na kilemba chao. Na niseme wazazi wapewe nafasi ya kushona uniform wao wenyewe kwa njia ambayo wanaiweza ya urahisi, sio ziwekwe shule ama ziambiwe lazima ni hizi. Kwa hivyo tunasema utekelezaji ndio tatizo. Waziri, utekelezaji wa maamuzi na sheria ndio tatizo.
Thank you. Last time, West Mugurango, lastly on this, so that then we can get other members will get a chance in the second question coming. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to also give a bite. Indeed, we can't say it more that uniform is becoming a barrier to education in this country. And Mr. Speaker, now that the Ministry of Education is even in charge of TVETs, where uniforms can be manufactured easily, can't we have a policy decision as a house and decide that the ministry shall supply all learners with uniform? I don't mind us creating a budget line for those TVETs to provide that kind of solution. And further, Mr. Speaker, why can't we have a policy that we define the uniform to be worn per grade, so that whenever a learner goes to grade 8 in the entire Republic, we know that there is a standard uniform, and by looking at the child, you know that child is of grade 8, is of grade 10, is of Form 4. That will go a long way to ensure that there is order and also cost effectiveness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable CS, this is a chance. Most of them are the same questions. So
Yes.
I expect you to take a very short time to deal with this.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. Members, I want to take this opportunity to be very frank about this issue of school uniforms. This issue of school uniforms has been a thorn in parents' skin for a long, long time. And it is true, it's becoming a bar as we continue to issues of access of our children. Directives are issued, like the circular of 2023 that Mheshimiwa referred to. But the implementation of that circular becomes a challenge for several reasons. One of which is that to date, in the ministry or under the sector of education, there has been 2 centers of power with respect to disciplinary or management of teachers. On one hand, the teachers are managed by an independent commission known as the Teacher Service Commission, so that even when we do indicate that a certain particular teacher or principal has violated a particular circular given by the ministry, the process of discipline is at a different institution and the independence thereof. Because of that, and because of the representations of the Presidential Working Party, we are now currently undertaking various reforms in the sector, including proposed amendments to the Teacher Service Act and the Basic Education Act, where we are working towards ensuring, and those bills would be coming to you, to ensure that we are able to reintroduce, for example, the inspector of schools with powers to be able to discipline the teachers or the principals or take action against those who do not follow the circulars that are issued. So we have two issues here to consider, one of which is, do we, for example, need uniforms? What kind of uniforms do we require? Do we need, for instance, like as the case of Kapsabet High School, where the school uniform is one from ECD all the way to KCSE, so that every child who is in that school has a similar uniform? Do we need one single uniform for all the children in the country? Do we need to work with, for example, NYS, so that we be able to reproduce these uniforms? These are the issues that are emotive, that we require to have that stakeholder engagement before a decision is reached. For some, there was an exercise, I think, that was done in 2018, where stakeholder engagement was carried out to determine whether people in this country would be willing to proceed in a manner that the students do not require uniforms. I think 63% of the people who participated indicated that school uniforms are necessary. So the question now is, how do we ensure that the availability of those school uniforms are liberalized in a manner that we do not clog the parents or push the parents into having an expense that is far beyond what they can afford to ensure that these students or these learners are in school. So this is a conversation that we'll all have, and we have now formed a team to look at all those issues and have stakeholder engagement, so that by July this year, we'll be issuing a policy guideline for the whole sector on school uniforms in basic institutions, but to be implemented through the amendments to the Act in terms of the penalties and disciplinary actions that would be taken against those who would then be found to violate the provisions of the particular circulars we issue. Previously, there has been also no budget clearly indicated for monitoring and evaluation, and it's only this year, the financial budget statement for 2026-2027, where we have now been allocated a sum of about 600 million to ensure that we are able to reach the schools using our officers to be able to implement these particular policies and guidelines that we give. So what we are saying is that we are alive as a ministry to this problem, and we are working together with the stakeholders, and we are going to have meetings with all of us, including members of parliament, because the particular bills will come to you in order to pass the necessary laws that are required for us to implement it. Because it's a thorn, it's a problem that requires to be solved. So it is not that we are not doing anything about it. We are just saying that it's an emotive matter that is so wide that we actually need to get it right once and for all. So members, I just want us to work together, and I urge you to give us time. We'll be able to come up with a position in July and anchor that position in the law that you're going to amend, so that enforcement becomes possible. I submit.
Thank you, Waziri.
There was an issue of the...
There are the two issues more. The TVETA issue. The TVETA issue, why would someone say that the students graduating should wear?
No, that's just a conversation. It's a statement that the PS made on the spur of the moment. We've actually not had that discussion at all, so it's not a policy or anything that we can work on. I was going to talk about the issue of the Akorino students, and I just want to state that there is no the requirement or the provision or the policy of the ministry is that no learner should be prevented from school on the basis of religious attire. That's the legal position, and if there's anybody who has sent away a child because of that, if we get to know that, then we can take action. As I said, the limitation that we have is what I have indicated vis-a-vis TSC, but of late, we've been able to start working together, and recently, we were able to submit a list of, was it 40 names of principals who have violated certain other regulations, and action is being taken against them. So we are working together to ensure that at least we are able to ensure our policies and our regulations are followed.
So, CS, from that rostrum, what do you tell parents and teachers whose children are going to school next week on uniforms?
The students and parents in the country, the position is this: there is no child who is supposed to be barred from going to school next week because of lack of school uniform. That is the position. And I want us to work together so that in the event that it happens, that we are taking action, because we need to be able to ensure that those rogue principals who turn away students, even though they know they shouldn't, we work together to ensure that they are disciplined.
I'm sorry for pushing this further. There was a question from a member about who audits the money being paid for lunch, because audits mostly are done on the capitation. Who audits it? Is there how much someone must pay for lunch? And how do they account for it?
The challenge with that particular position is that as a ministry, we do not advocate or provide for lunch. Lunch is an arrangement that is made by the parents and the school. So the audit is done by the BOM, maybe.
No, but CS, you give guidelines. You even told teachers up to how much they can charge. So you cannot say you don't encourage. Yet the minister has given guidelines how much they can charge up to.
We haven't done anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah, we've not done that. And what I'm saying, members, is that as a government policy, we do not provide lunch to children in schools. So it's an arrangement between the BOMs, the schools, and the parents.
Okay.
And it's an arrangement.
No, let him finish. Go ahead.
And unless, if it has become, it goes the way the uniforms is going, then as a ministry would then give a directive that we ban the lunch, or it's not, and we've indicated it, by the way, that no child should be returned home because they've not given money for lunch. That is the position.
Thank you. I think I want us to move to the next question. The Honorable Majority, could we hold and ask those questions in the next question, please? Go ahead, Majority.
Honorable Speaker, the CS, and CS me, I have to be very open with you. The Ministry of Education, you must take your work more seriously than you are doing. You are telling us about school uniforms, circulars, and all that. School feeding, there is no policy on lunch. And if it is happening, like in uniforms, we are telling you that is exactly what is happening on the ground. Children are being sent away from school on account of lunch programs. You cannot ban lunch from school, but you can criminalize any teacher sending away a child home on account of lunch. If a parent is not able to pay for lunch, the child can carry lunch. I carried my cold ugali with sukuma wiki for 8 years in primary school. Why can't my child do that today if I'm not able to pay for lunch? That is what we are getting to CS. When I listened to my colleague here, the member for Thika, she was asking you, when we were in school, CS, even yourself, we used to scrub floors and clean toilets because school inspectors were coming to school. Where are your school inspectors today? Where are your quality assurance officers from the TSC? They do not exist on the ground, and if they exist, they are seated in offices. Because even you and your PSs are seated in offices in Nairobi. You're asking us if there is a school that is sending away Akorindo children I will name one school, Loreto High School, Limuru. Ask the member for Limuru, Honorable Kirago, he will give you even the name of the child. I was just trying to get him on phone. But Honorable CS, it is not my work as the member for Kikuyu or the leader of majority to be firefighting for the Ministry of Education, and we shall not. We shall hold you to account as a cabinet secretary if you cannot hold to account your officers on the ground.
Members, I think...
And that is the best we can do, CS.
Great.
That is the best we can do for you and for the children of Kenya.
Thank you.
So please tell us, as you leave, and Honorable Speaker, I want to beg that
He's not going anywhere.
No.
He's still here. He's not going anywhere. He's just done the first question.
At the end of his session, Honorable Speaker, I beg that you direct the CS. This matter must not be left here. We want something from your ministry in writing to the House. What actions you will take relating to school uniforms, lunch,
and reams of paper.
The issue of remedial classes that the Honorable Kombe, Mwalimu Kombe raised, and this is a teacher who is speaking, he knows what he's talking about. Desks. Honorable Speaker, I have seen parents in my constituency, I buy at least 1,000 lockers every year. I have seen teachers asking grade 1 students for desks. I have to intervene as a member of parliament, but that is not my work. It is the work of your officers and ministry.
Okay, well said, Honorable Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I want you to direct the CS, because I said the CS and the Ministry of Education are simply not taking us seriously.
Thank you.
They are not.
So, no members.
I want you to direct that he comes with a policy guideline on the question of uniform. What Honorable Clive Gisairo was saying, if JSS uniform and primary school uniform shall be one uniform so that parents next year know we will not buy uniform for JSS students. 2, those who are joining grade 10 in senior high school, if you do not have money and it is a policy by government, no child will be turned away. We want to know that the grade 10 children who are reporting to school in May next week and in January next year after they sit their grade 9 exams, they will not be sent away and there will be sanctions against teachers. And we want you to provide, don't tell us we have a list of teachers that we have. We want that list. We want to see the list of teachers who you are sanctioning, so that as a house, we take the Teacher Service Commission to account also. If the Teacher Service Commission, you have given them a list of teachers who have contravened the circulars, and the TSC is not doing anything, if you have no powers over the TSC, we have powers over the TSC in this house. And we will deal with you as a ministry and TSC in equal measure. Because we can't, this house can't be a talk shop.
Thank you.
And if any member who wants this house to be a talk shop, I will not be party to it.
Thank
I
you.
will not condone it.
Thank you. Honourable members, this matter ends there. The Honourable Minister, please take the rostrum again and tell us about, give us a final decision on this issue. Not July anymore, but what is possible on uniforms, lunch, reams of paper, desks, and punishment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. I am actually most grateful for that directive, because it's a directive that now gives me the powers to take the action that I need to take based on the powers that Parliament has directed me. So we are now going to be able to issue those directives on the basis of the directive that have been given by Parliament and by the support of Parliament, and it will be submitted to you within the next 14 days.
Thank you. And 14 days is going to be, and we'll still be here, CS. 14 days is a very short time. Order. In 14 days, we'll be in 14 days, order, members, order. In 14 days, we'll be under recess. The Honorable CS, in 14 days, we'll be under recess, but when we resume Parliament, we would like to hear from you on all those 5 things we talked about, including and not limited to. Because one thing, order, something you've said that members don't agree with is that the CDF bursaries we give today, because government has said there is no school fees being paid, and so all the bursaries we give today is billed as lunch. So you cannot say that the ministry has no say on that money we give, and it's billed as lunch. Every bursary we give is lunch. Yeah, so we need that information, including and not limited to uniform, lunch, reams of paper, desks, and disciplining of errant teachers. Thank you. Order members to the next question now. The Honorable CS to the next question. To the next question, CS, please go ahead. The next question. You have something on payment, invigilators and supervisors.
On NEC. Yes, it will include certificates. We've agreed. Yes. Mr. Speaker, the reasons for the delayed payments of contracted professionals. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2015, the government, in line with the policy of free and compulsory basic education, undertook to fund the NEC for administration of national examinations. This implies that, unlike previously when NEC collected examination fees directly from schools and students, the National Treasury makes a transfer of resources to NEC through the Ministry of Education. These are the funds that are utilized to pay for contracted professionals. In the financial year 2025-2026, the approved recurrent budget for NEC was allocated 5.9 billion for national assessments, being Kenya shillings 3 billion for KCSE, Kenya shillings 900 million for KPSEA, and 2 billion for KJSEA. And there was nil allocation for school-based assessments. This was against a requirement of 12.723 billion, being 8 billion for KCSE, 1 billion for KPSEA, and 3.5 billion for KJSEA, and 87.3 billion for school-based assessments. NEC incurred a pending bill during that time for the year 2024 of 1.037 billion. In addition to the allocation of 5.9 billion, NEC was granted a 3.1 billion in September 2025 under Article 223 of the Constitution. The outstanding deficit was therefore 4.76 billion, being the 2025 funding deficit, including the 2024 pending bills. We had anticipated, Mr. Speaker, that the deficit was to be addressed through Supplementary 1. This would have enabled the settlement of dues owed to examiners, supervisors, invigilators, marking centers, and other creditors as follows. For the national supervision, national assessments and supervision and invigilation, the requirement was 2.3 billion. There is a pending bill in that set of 2.3 billion because zero has been paid. For KCSE marking, KJSEA and KCSE marking in KJSEA, the requirement was 644 million. We have made an installment of 168 million. There is a balance or a pending bill of 475 million. For KCSE, the requirement was 1.5 billion. We paid an installment of 431 million. There is a shortfall or a balance due or a pending bill of 1.1 billion. For KJSEA, the requirement was 191 million. We have made a deposit or installment of 165 million. There's a balance of 26 million. And KCSE, there is 711 million that was the requirement. We've made an installment of 319 million. There's a balance of 391 million. There are other creditors like those who offer transportation, etc. There is a balance of 437 million, making the pending bill of 4.7 billion. It is this pending bill or this amount that is supposed to be availed by Treasury to enable the payment of this pending bill to the examiners and other invigilators. What we are doing currently is negotiating with Treasury to avail these resources in order for us to be able to pay the examiners. We have had discussions with them because in the supplementary, this figure was not allocated, and we are trying to see what can be done to make it available. We've had discussions with them, and the discussion is to work around the budget policy statement that has been granted for 26-27 to see whether we can have access in order for us to pay these particular examiners. The challenge has been this budget was not provided for, and as you can see from previously, the budget, the amount was not provided for, leading to us being given 3.1 billion on under Article 223. So the challenge has been availability of resources to be able to pay the examiners.
No members, you've heard the reason there. So the Honorable Gachagua.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Bwana CS, for that uniform issue clarification. Now, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency in Daragwa, I have a problem with the accreditation of junior secondary. There are some schools in my constituency.
This is a chance for a follow-up question on the matter of payment of invigilators, supervisors, and examiners. It is not an open-ended chance, so I would request that you ask a question related to this.
Okay, well guided.
Dr. Mboko, this wasn't a question in the manner you are saying. This was an issue raised in the plenary by the whole House. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, this was a statement from me, and then it coalesced to become what it is. But then, that notwithstanding, the CS is not telling the House when he'll pay the examiners. He has told the House how much he owes the examiners and has broken it down very well. That in KCSE is the amount. The only thing he did not do was to give the totals, which I think are about 4-point-something billion. But he'll correct that because he's here. But he has not told the House, which was the matter, that invigilators who are teachers, whom we have been speaking about, whom are the ones we say we really need to deal with. I want to call upon this House, as we deal with those teachers, also speak for them to get their payments from Kenya National Examination Council. Because you are aware, Honorable Speaker, the exams were done way back in September, October, thereabout. To date, these teachers have not been paid. The CS is not saying when he will pay, but he's saying he's negotiating with Treasury. These are monies that otherwise were already allocated by this House to Ministry of Education. So the question is, when is the CS paying these monies to the teachers? Now that schools are opening and is a pending bill of more than 6 months before. And what is he doing to make sure that in future we don't have a situation whereby the teachers supervise exams in August and then they are not paid up to the month of April, as we are doing now? The CS must tell us when he's paying the teachers, because I'm aware teachers are now tired of waiting for this money. And they are not going to open school CS unless you pay this money, among other things that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
I'm aware of 2-3 things. And it's very important that you pay these examiners their monies because they already worked for you. And it is in your docket, not any other docket. So you must take responsibility.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Molo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to do a follow-up question on this particular payment of teachers. And I want to see it as a matter of national security. If these teachers know they are not going to be paid for this number of months, there is a chance they will mark those exams not accurately. and the risk of having results that are not a true reflection of the performance of our students is a big national security in this country. We are going to have people who are going to be doctors without qualifications. We are going to have people admitted to do courses they cannot even qualify for because their exams are not well marked, Honorable Speaker. And not to forget, Honorable Speaker, most of us in this House who are as a result of school public education and academic performance, education is the only reason why we are where we are at this stage in our life. Only because we got credible results. So if these teachers are not motivated to mark the exams correctly, and God forbid they decide to mess us up with the marking of these results, that would be a disaster. On the issue of, allow me, Honorable Speaker, on the issue of desks. I want to give an example I noticed in my constituency. I built 2 classrooms in a school. All of the classrooms we build in Bolo using NGCDF, we supply desks. So we build the classrooms and we supply the desks. Only for me to be called by the area chief that there is a student who has been turned away because he does not have money to buy a desk. And I'm asking, we have built the classrooms, we have built the desks, we have provided the desks. In any case, those people that are left from 4 or the other grade did not go with the desks they were sitting on. So this issue of teachers asking money for desks should come to an end for once and for all. On the issue of uniform, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mushomba here had brought...
Honorable Kimani Kuria, no, we can't do this. This is spent. But before you sit down, Honorable Kimani, you're going to get a chance next. But before you sit down, Honorable Kimani, I was hoping, because this is an area you are very well versed with, I was hoping that this is a perfect example where, for the first time, Parliament, not the executive, Parliament will move for using 223. Why must we wait for the ministry? I was hoping that you would advise us as Parliament that at least for the first time Parliament would be suggesting to the executive that this is a fit case for 223. What do you think about that?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will take it up as the chairperson of the Departmental Committee of Finance and National Planning and raise this with National Treasury. In fact, we have a meeting with them next week on the Sovereign Wealth Fund and some other business relating to this House. And we'll raise up with them. They should use Article 223 to release this money. The same way they're using Article 223 to build roads.
Before you go there, can Parliament itself sitting today ask for it without going to Treasury?
The Parliament is a budget-making house. The power of using of execution of 223 lies with the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury. But there's nothing that will stop this House as a budget-making house to start the initiative and do a resolution.
Thank you.
From this particular discussion that that National Treasury should use Article 223 to disperse these monies for these particular teachers. And perhaps this is one of the resolutions that this House should resolve today. You should read that resolution and we put a vote that National Treasury will be forced to use Article 223 to disperse money so that our teachers can be paid, because the matter of national exams is a matter of national security.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And while I'm putting my word on the use of Article 223, Honorable Speaker, I also would like to hear a very clear apology from the Minister to the teachers that marked the exams and they never got, Honorable Speaker, their pay. Honorable Speaker, my mother and father-in-law are teachers, and they are among the people who went to mark exams and sleep in very, very dilapidated places for close to 1 or 2 weeks. Honorable Speaker, this is one of the most unfair things that has happened to this country. We cannot continue treating teachers, Honorable Speaker, like second-generation citizens and workers in government. Teachers cannot be crying about their pay. They cry about their allowances. They cry about their healthcare system, Honorable Speaker. And we are here almost clapping to the Minister, Honorable Speaker. The Minister must rise and apologize to the teachers. Because, Honorable Speaker, if it was not for us calling him in this House, and you can see exams were marked last year, Honorable Speaker. We're not talking of something that happened in March. It is actually a show of negligence in the ministry, Honorable Speaker. And I want to hear a clear apology from the ministry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Marking exams is a cost. Supervision, invigilation, printing, and everything is a cost. It is the government that it is this house that appropriates money for the exams, or rather the government pays for the exam. Why can't they include the money for marking exams, the way they supervise, the way they transport, even using planes to some centers in this country, only to find teachers after marking, suffering? Why should that cost be included forthwith, rather than talking about invoking Article 223 all the time and looking for money from the treasury, pleading with the treasury for the sake of teachers? Teachers should be respected. Teachers should be paid upfront after marking their exams.
Honorable Kiara.
Honorable Speaker, examination marking and preparation of examination is an annual event. It is something that is known year in, year out, Honorable Speaker. And when the CS sits here and tells this house they are looking for money, and this is work that has already been done, Honorable Speaker, the teachers of this country cannot continue suffering under a system that is not well structured to ensure that the examiners are paid their dues immediately after executing their work. Honorable Speaker, teachers are not taking it lightly. They cannot be going to the streets to demand what is rightfully theirs all the time. Honorable Speaker, I want to challenge the CS and say, where you get money, let teachers be paid before they embark on another journey of being examiners again from September onwards. Honorable Speaker, thank you.
The Honorable Mase. You want to speak on this?
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, picking up from where Mheshimiwa, my friend, has left from. The expenditure for payment of invigilators is not an unforeseen expenditure. Actually, we shouldn't even be using 223 to pay invigilators, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is an expenditure that should be planned for, just like salaries for teachers, just like SHA, just like any other expenditure within the ministry. So for us to sit here and for teachers to continue suffering after marking exams last year, and we are talking of looking for money, Honorable Speaker, we are not serious.
Thank you.
And I want to say, even us, we must take blame as this house. In the supplementary estimates, I am a member of the Education Committee. The figures were there, and our chair submitted the budget proposal to the budget committee of this house. Why were the money for payment of invigilators not prioritized and given money just like all other functions that we provided money for?
Thank you. The Honorable Kombe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe the money for the examiners is always budgeted for. And if that is not true, let the minister tell us it is not true, and what plans has he for the exams or the examiners that are going to mark the exams this year? Is there a budget for them? Let us know.
Thank you.
And let action be taken.
The Honorable Basaris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think, when we as leaders from the executive and parliament throw at each other accusations, then we don't get into the right direction. I believe that we are the ones who are, listening to Mary Amase, if the budget was put, and I'm sure the ministry did not make a mistake and not put the budget for the things that they wanted. But if then, when the Committee of Education says this is what needs to be approved, and then it goes to the Budget Committee and other things are prioritized, then again, the ball falls back to our own parliament. So I believe that while we're here interrogating and demanding action and attention from the CS of education, we also have to take responsibility to ensure that we provide adequate budgets. And then if we have provided adequate budgets, then we can actually say we provided the money, why hasn't it been paid? But if we didn't provide the money, surely, where is he going to pay it?
The Honorable Dr. Mutunga.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I associate myself with the comments and questions by my colleagues. And I want to try to take a slightly different approach, Honourable Speaker. I know this question might have been asked some time back, but as we evaluate examination and the quality of examination, and as we evaluate the future of education in this country, the future of professional development in this country, and as we look at CBE, Honourable Speaker, I would like the Minister to comment and tell us whether the assessment that is going on at various stages at grade 6 and grade 9, and I don't know whether there will be another one at grade 12, whether these assessments are actually the same or better than exams. The other issue, Honourable Speaker, has to do with teachers who turn politicians when the time comes. We are going into the political season. And we would like to know the disciplinary mechanism that the ministry uses. Because, Honourable Speaker, I have on a number of occasions protested to the ministry about these issues. Teachers becoming politicians, abandoning schools, and even fighting existing members of parliament. Honourable Speaker, can the minister tell us how is the discipline?
Honourable Karoli, do you want to ask a follow-up question on this? Okay. So then, the Honourable CS, you've heard the questions, and include there whether these monies that you are saying you don't have, were they budgeted for? Because I don't agree with the issue of supplementary. Did we have this in the main budget, 2025, 2026?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ministry presented the requirements of what NEC required in the main budget. It was not provided for. We then, again, that is how we got the 3.1 billion under 223, because they did not provide for it in the budget. And the people, the honorable members from the Education Committee can bear us witness. And even for this year, we presented what the requirements were to the committee. The committee then presented to the budget committee, and it was slashed. So there is no provision for the 4.7 billion that is required to pay for the examiner. So really, the fault is not with the ministry. We do not have this money in the ministry that we are not paying. If we had it, the easiest thing that we could do is the payment. So really the challenge is, can we have, going forward, once this request or requirement is given, for it to be prioritized and be granted the way it is provided, instead of it being slashed, leading to the challenge that we are in now. So the money was not budgeted for, in the sense that it was slashed after we did the presentation. And that is the perennial challenge we've had previously in NEC. And that is...
CS, I want us to get this clear, because this has to stop. We can't have you asking this question every single year. So, at the sector level, when the budget for 25-26 was brought to this House, had the money been slashed at your sector level by the Treasury, or it came to Parliament with the money there and Parliament removed? I would like to know that, because saying Parliament slashed means that this money was already there. At the sector level, because we know how the budget process works, at the sector level, when the budget of 25-26 was presented to this House, was the money there or not?
Can you give me a minute to confirm that?
Go ahead as they confirm. You can answer the rest of the question as your team.
Well, the question is simply just that we are ready to pay, the money is not provided for, it's not there. So what we've been doing is negotiate with Treasury to see what else can be done, including requesting them to provide us with those resources under Article 223. That's what we've been doing.
And so the monies you're saying you've received, how do you then decide who you're paying and who you're not paying? When you receive 160 million, again it's 600 million. Who then has to be paid first How do you decide who's going to be paid first and who's going to be paid last? Then Mboko, you have.
So let me speak to this. What does the minister mean by the word negotiating? Exams were done. Teachers supervised and marked. The ministry is negotiating with Treasury to see whether, if it can pay or not. That's not a statement from, that's not a serious statement. I don't want to demean minister, but minister must speak to this, and you are asking him, at the sector level, is this money in the budget? That's a very important question, as a beginning point to see how we shall move forward with it.
Because Mary Masi said something very important. And all of us know this. All of us know that every single year there will be exams. That every single year there will be invigilation, there will be supervision, there will be marking, and there will be all these things. This has become a crisis every single year. CS, I hope you've gotten your answer back. Please proceed.
At the sector level, the budget was there, it was slashed by Treasury. Yes.
Not by Parliament.
Not by Parliament.
Okay. Yes, Honorable Masi.
Honorable Chair, you know, I was a former member of the Budget Committee.
Correct.
When the ministry, when they share the cake at the sector level, the ministry is given a ceiling. So it is up to the ministry to prioritize their functions. So if they bring a budget proposal to the committee, having prioritized this particular expenditure, then it will go through. But most of the times it also comes to us as a wish list. You know, when you take it to the budget committee, a wish list, and you expect the budget committee to look for the money from heaven to give it to you, also it becomes a challenge.
Thank you. The Honorable CS, this is the position that we are in, all of us, that the ministry knows that this will be a crisis and money will be found. That's what the ministry does every single year. So you pend it, you let teachers cry, it becomes a crisis, then now you have to look for money. It's a bad way of doing things. It has to stop. Speaking from the chair, I want to direct that within those 14 days that you said you're going to bring us a report on the uniforms and the rest, we would like to know when Parliament resumes from recess from you, there's a direction, how far you'll have gone in getting money for paying teachers in 14 days. 14 days. And I would like to order that you do a letter to the substantive speaker explaining how far your efforts are, the urgency of the matter being of importance.
I'm well guided, Mr. Speaker.
No, this is spent, Honorable Mboko. Okay, what is it?
Honorable Speaker, I plead with you that 14 days is too far. And that, like we had thought resolved earlier, that we resolve that this Parliament urges the Executive to use 223 to pay teachers in the next 3, 4, 5 days. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable CS, you've had 14 days. If we can get an answer by next Thursday, and if you need the intervention of Parliament to make Treasury act, please write to our minister so that this, to the Speaker, so that this is expedited. So the next would be now, and there's Honorable CS, you're going to be here with us for a while today. So I hope you have enough water with you there. If he has no water, please, the Sergeant at Arms, please provide the CS with enough water. You got questions by private notice, starting with the member for Busia, Honorable Mani. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Cabinet Secretary, one, explain the circumstances under which the Kenya Institute of Management has operated without accreditation since 2018, including the awarding of certificates, diplomas, and other qualifications. Two, outline the measures being taken to safeguard the academic and professional rights of persons who obtained certificates from Kenya Institute of Management during the period in which it lacked accreditation. 3, state the steps being taken to resolve the matter given the institution's long-standing reputation as a national and international center of excellence in professional and academic training. And lastly, indicate the actions the ministry has taken or intends to take against management of Kenya Institute of Management and the relevant regulatory bodies for gross negligence, lack of duty of care, or failure to undertake regulatory oversight over the institution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to respond to the 3 sub-questions together as follows. Mr. Speaker, as indicated, the TVET authority found that while KIM was accredited to offer TVET CEDAC courses, it was still conferring internal qualifications without mandate. Mr. Speaker, we appreciate that the non-compliance and the resultant action by the TVET authority raised profound questions that affect multiple stakeholders, including persons who have obtained certificates from the institution. It also exposes certain legal gaps pertaining to the place of institutions that were previously qualification awarding bodies under the repealed Education Act. KIM has the right under Section 37 of the TVET Act to appeal against the decision by the TVET authority. And indeed, KIM has already lodged an appeal this morning by the decision that was made by TVETA by a letter dated 21st of April 2026, which we received earlier today. A copy of that letter is provided in the response. As a ministry, Mr. Speaker, we are committed to addressing and resolving the matter at hand through a deliberative and consultative approach that safeguards the interests of innocent third parties, like the students who have already graduated, while also ensuring compliance with the law and promoting credibility of our education system. We will seek to ensure that going forward, all institutions are compliant and that no student is disenfranchised. We are also carefully reviewing the matter for possible corrective action against any party that may have been negligent in their duties and obligations. Mr. Speaker, since this is a quasi-judicial process and the appeal under Section 36 of the TVETA Act has been made to me, I seek the indulgence of the House not to prejudice the consideration of the appeal by making anticipatory comments on the matter. But I can assure the House that we have already written to TVETA to do a response to that appeal, and we are due to have a hearing tomorrow in the afternoon with a view to resolving this matter within the next 2-3 days, so that everybody is not in that state of not being sure of what is going to happen to them.
Yes, the Honorable, I think the first bite belongs to the member who asked the question. One of the questions. One of the questions, you have the first shot at a supplementary question again? Or would you want that to go to other members of parliament while you are preparing yourself?
Yes, kindly.
Okay, Betzimba.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Kulingana na swala hilo hilo ni kwamba Wizara ya Elimu ni kazi yao na jukumu lao la kufuatilizia elimu ya aina yoyote inayofanyika hapa katika taifa hili. Na ni hatari sana kwa matangazo yaliyotolewa kwamba kuanzia mwaka 2018 zile shahada zote zilizotoka ni gushi, na kuna wengine wanafunzi wale walihitimu hapo wameajiriwa. Sasa imekuwa na utata mkubwa kulingana na tumia shahada ambayo
matangazo yanasema kwamba ni gushi. Mimi ningeomba wizara, wakati wale wametia appeal kwamba izungumzwe, itoke na statement, itoe taarifa kwamba zile shahada wanafunzi walizokuwa nazo ambazo wanazo hazijafutiliwa mbali mpaka apili hiyo ishe, ili wale watoto, wale wanafunzi waendelee na kazi zao. Wazazi wameuza mashamba yao, wazazi wameuza vitu mali zao kwa sababu kufundisha watoto wao. Ndio sababu ya uzembe wa wizara. Mombasa Aviation walisoma wanafunzi zaidi ya miaka 10, halafu wakaja wakatangaza siku moja kwamba si halali. Hii ni kwamba wizara ya elimu haijielewi yaenda vipi. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Kabla hajajibu waziri, huwezi kusema, huwezi kuchanganya Kiswahili na Kizungu. Ukisema mpaka hiyo apili ishi, hapana, mpaka hiyo rufani ishi. Endelea Mheshimiwa Waziri.
I'm totally in agreement with the honorable member that the certificates that were issued between the 2018 and the time we'll make the decision are valid certificates, and we're going to deal with that in the appeal, and we'll be making our comprehensive statements on it. That is the position. So I'm just saying that we'll look at the whole issue and we'll communicate in the next 2 days on the position of all those certificates, including what steps we are going to take to ensure that KIM complies with the law. Thank you.
Yes, the honorable MP for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Many of us who have known KIM for many, many years were really taken aback. We were shocked to the core. Many who have collaborated with them in many training sessions on corporate governance and the rest. But nevertheless, probably this is also an indicator and an eye-opener. And we want the ministry and the cabinet secretary to come out very clear. There are so many private institutions and colleges in this country that operate like TVET. Now, members of public are going to become afraid. Does it mean quite a number of these private institutions are not duly certified to offer those diploma courses, certificate courses, and short courses? What's the fate? We need to be very clear. Do we need to go, when you go there, need to ask for the certificate? Or is there a repository where a member of public can go and check and ascertain whether this is a public certified institution or this is a private institution that's not certified? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I suggest, Honorable Minister, you take a few questions and then you answer them together. Anybody else? Yes, yes. Mheshimiwa Kaloleni. Is it Kaloleni? No, Magarini. Magarini. Endelea kuuliza swali.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Sikuwa nanuia kutumia Kiswahili, lakini vile umenianzishia, wacha niendelee. Mheshimiwa Spika, swali langu linaelekea kwamba rufaa imekatwa. Na ikizingatiwa kwamba rufaa iliyokatwa huenda ikachukuliwa au ikakataliwa. Iwapo imekataliwa, kuna mikakati gani ambayo itachukuliwa kufidia wale wanafunzi ambao wamekuwa katika chuo hicho mpaka sasa? Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Swali la tatu, Mheshimiwa, uliza swali lako pia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll talk in English. What baffles me, Mr. Speaker, is that I am sure that there are some students from Kenya Institute of Management who underwent interviews at the Public Service Commission, our public employer, and were given jobs. What does that say about our public institutions and the salaries that they may have earned? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, you could answer those 3 questions, and then we take another round, one last round on that matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The TVETA Act came into operation in 2013. It was actually passed in 2013 and came into operation in 2015. 2015, the institutions that were operating as TVETs then were required to be accredited by them, and a number of them have already been done so. So this is a question that we'll be dealing with on a case-by-case basis on those private institutions. But with respect to KIM itself and the certificates that the students got from 2018 and the period within which it was operating under legal order, those certificates are valid. The appeal that we'll be dealing with is an appeal with respect to compliance going forward. So that is something that we already seized, and as I said, within the next 2 days, we'll issue a comprehensive statement to ensure that there is no person qualified under KIM with a certificate or employed by public service through the certification of KIM is disenfranchised. But we are dealing with that and will be issuing a comprehensive, and I requested, Mr. Speaker, that because the appeal is specifically to me under Article 36, let me not preempt what is going to be dealt with tomorrow. You are allowed to see that statement by Friday.
Just to be able to clear doubts on that.
Yes.
If my memory serves me right, KIM has been in existence from the 80s, I think, even beyond. From the 50s. Now you mentioned from 2018. Does that not affect the ones who were issued with certifications before 2018? You better clarify that.
No, that this is after the act came into operation, the TVETA Act, and that required accreditation. Before that, everything was they were award providing institution properly. So it's just a small thing that requires validation, and we are going to be able to sort that out. I just want to tell the parents and the students not to worry. We are going to resolve this matter in the next 2 days.
Does that answer your question? No, Speaker, you are not seeing this way. Order, honorable members. I'm just wondering, does that cover the 3 questions that were asked? Could you, my Honorable Minister, could you cover the question of the Honorable Member for Ganze?
It was on the issue relating to, I actually answered it on the issue of what would happen if the appeal does not succeed. And yes, I was trying to...
Yes, fair enough. You're right. I think that's properly covers. Yes, the Honorable Member for Teso South.
Yes.
Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, KIM College, famously known as Kim College, from where I come from, because I think I've had a number of students there as well. It's a college that has been there for many years, and I have known it to be a very reputable institution. But the question I want to ask the ministry, doesn't the ministry have a system for continuous assessment and supervision? Because if you have such a system, why should it take you more than 8 years to realize or to discover that this institution is offering courses that are not accredited? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, I'll take one more question and then we go to the next question. Honorable, questioner. Questioner, proceed, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am only worried of one thing, because students and parents have already panicked. The assurance that I needed from my questions was about the credit transfer in case the appeal does not go through. So students do not drop out or give up or just go into something that shows they are not interested in.
You're making a presumption of something that has not been determined. So to say, in case the appeal does not go through.
Because they have appealed?
Yes, but then
The
what makes you
should-
sure that the appeal could be?
Okay, the CS should still give
The
hope.
CS has given a lot of assurance in many words. Okay, next question. Next question, the Honorable Mishimboko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members, Bishimboko, one moment. The honorable question number 007 by the honorable Robert Mbui is, why are you sure that he's on his way? This question is deferred to another date. Proceed, the honorable Mishimboko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary, one, provide the strategies put in place by the Ministry in collaboration with the Teachers Service Commission to alleviate teachers' shortage in Likoni Sub-County, noting that the Senior School Competence-Based Education, CBE, has already been rolled out. Two, state the current number of students and teachers on permanent and pensionable terms deployed across primary, junior secondary school, and senior secondary schools in Likoni Sub-County, including how these figures compare with the prescribed ratio. Three, specify the timelines for addressing the identified gaps in staffing of teachers in schools within Likoni Sub-County. And four, outline the measures being undertaken by the ministry to enhance staffing and upgrade institutions in Likoni Sub-County to at least 3 Cluster 1 schools. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ministry and the Teacher Service Commission remain committed to ensuring that all public learning institutions are adequately staffed to support effective curriculum implementation and quality learning outcomes. In addressing the concerns raised regarding teacher shortages in Likoni Sub-County, among other public schools, we continue to implement targeted interventions aimed at bridging identified gaps. These interventions include: 1, progressive recruitment of additional teachers. Teacher Service Commission annually seeks budgetary allocation from the National Treasury through Parliament for recruitment of additional teachers to reduce existing shortages. 2, replacement of teachers exiting service. The Commission continuously replaces teachers who exit service through retirement, resignation, dismissal, or natural attrition to sustain staffing levels in schools to maintain teacher establishment. Number 3, staff balancing through transfers. The Commission undertakes redistribution of teachers from relatively well-staffed schools to schools experiencing acute shortages, including institutions in Likoni Sub-County. Number 4, retooling of teachers for CBE implementation. Nationally, over 3,000 teachers have been retooled to handle grade 10 and senior school pathways under the competency-based education framework, and some of these teachers are stationed at Likoni Sub-County. Number 5, teacher training in new learning areas. The Commission has had engagements and advised universities and teacher training institutions on merging learning areas such as marine technology, sports science, theater and film, music and dance, among others. Number 6, development of new staffing norms. The Commission has also developed staffing norms for primary, junior and senior schools to guide equitable deployment and utilization of teachers to align with the competency-based education. Mr. Speaker, the current staffing position in Likoni Sub-County is as follows. For senior school, we have an enrollment of 5,666 students or learners, with a teacher requirement of 229 teachers, with the teachers currently on duty being 190, and therefore there is a shortfall in senior school of 39 teachers. In junior schools, we have 9,332 learners, with a teacher requirement of 306, and those on duty or in position are 150, meaning we have a shortfall of 156 teachers. In primary school, we have 14,408 learners, with a teacher requirement of 319, with the teachers on duty being 316, we have a shortfall of 3 teachers. The total teacher shortage, therefore, in Likoni is 198. The requirement is 854, and we have 656 teachers in place, with the total learners being 29,406. Therefore, Likoni Sub-County currently has 656 teachers on permanent and pensionable terms against an overall requirement of 854 teachers, translating to, as I've indicated, a shortfall of 198 teachers. While Likoni Sub-County has identifiable staffing gaps that require progressive intervention, the situation remains comparatively better than that in many other public schools and regions across the country that continue to experience more severe shortages. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is fully cognizant of the teacher shortage in schools across the country, including Likoni Sub-County. It remains committed to fulfilling its constitutional mandate of staffing all public basic learning institutions in Kenya, and to this end, the ministry and the commission will continue to, one, advocate for increased funding from the National Treasury through the normal budgetary process to facilitate recruitment of additional teachers. Number two, to undertake replacement of teachers exiting service through retirement, resignation, natural attrition, or other causes so as to sustain approved establishments. Number three, optimize utilization of the available teaching resources through staff balancing, redeployment, and transfers based on identifiable needs. Number four, prioritize critical shortages during future recruitment exercises, especially in areas and levels experiencing the greatest staffing pressure, such as junior and senior school. Number five, strengthen teacher preparedness for CBE through continuous retooling and capacity building to support effective curriculum delivery. Number six, apply approved staffing norms in planning, deployment, and equitable distribution of teachers across institutions. And number six, integrating technology in education to optimize the utility of the teaching resource. Implementation, Mr. Speaker, of the above measures remain dependent on availability of exchequer funding and approval of additional teaching posts through the government budgetary process, and we appeal for support from this August House in this regard as we continue to do this. Mr. Speaker, regarding the upgrade of institutions to Cluster 1, I wish to indicate that the ministry will regularly review the current categorization of senior schools, including in Likoni Sub-County, with a view to ascertaining their improvement in terms of infrastructure and preparedness for the various pathways, and therefore reclustering them. Currently, the sub-county has only one Cluster 1 school, the Likoni School for the Visually Impaired. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Follow-up question. Mishimboko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Cabinet Secretary for the Minister of Education for the good response which he has just presented in this Parliament. But Honorable Speaker, I need just to get some clarity on what measure are they going to put in place to employ affirmative actions in terms of placing teachers, because the government had done a lot of recruitment of teachers. But again, still we have marginalized areas, including those from Northeastern, Coast being also a marginalized area in terms of placement of teachers. So what strategy are you putting in place to ensure that anytime you do the recruitment, then you have like a matrix showing that this area, at least they have more teachers, so they don't need any other new placement or rather any new recruit to be taken to those schools. Now we deal with these other marginal areas which at least they don't have those teachers. Again, we don't have adequate STEM teachers. Teachers who will teach STEM subjects. That is a big problem in all the marginalized area, Honorable Speaker, I want to say so. And that is why you will see there is a lot of disparity in terms of those who are taking sciences and those who are taking arts. And this is because the availability of the teachers who are teaching STEM subjects. Honorable Speaker, I want to say, whatever the Cabinet Secretaries has said, it's so sweet, it is so good. But the issue it is implementation, and how and what kind of formulas are you using to ensure that there is fairness in terms of distribution of teachers in all the 47 counties in our Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I want to say today, most of our teachers in the Republic of Kenya, and mostly in the marginalized area, are being paid the BOM. And it is the parents also who are being told that you have to pay this, you have to give this amount, because now we have to pay these teachers. These teachers are under PTA, these teachers are under BOM. We don't understand. So I think going forward, we need to have a proper formula. We need to have what we call affirmative, and that affirmative should be open. There must be some accountability and some transparency, that we have an inventory just showing this region, at least now they are done, they are okay with the teachers. Now we have to go to this other region that they don't have those adequate teachers. Because now in terms of performance, other regions, we just remain behind. We just lag in terms of performance because we don't have those teachers inadequate, so that we don't have adequate teachers, that is, so that we can have our performance in a good way. Honorable Speaker, I just want to appreciate, but I just want to say that these things should...
And then the Honorable Lomboko. Yes, Milemba.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, thank you. Just to support Mishi, what is the ministry putting in place in collaboration with Teacher Service Commission? And it should not be like they cannot manage and work with Teacher Service Commission. That working formula has been there even when we were in school under the PDs and PEOs. To make sure that the marginalized areas mentioned, not only Likoni, but even the environs in the northeast, the Manderas, come to Wajir, come to Garissa, because I've been able to move in all those places. And then go to Lamu areas where we don't have teachers put there, and Tana River areas and all those places, that they actually get a fair share of appropriation of teachers. And you should bring that answer to this House in collaboration with Teacher Service Commission. Number two, there is the issue of the teachers in what Mbishi talked about in the junior secondary. You know, Honorable Minister, we don't get you all the time. And you know very well that there's no proper working conditions in that junior secondary level. And there's a lot of push and pull. And we asked you this question in Naivasha, but I repeat to ask you now that you are in the House, that what are you doing within the space of the ministry to make sure that that junior secondary school starts operating independently, so that we kill that push and pull that is making quality not operate. And we cannot bury our heads in the sand for a very long time, as when we know very well that the system is not operating. So what are you doing to make sure that that sector is operating independently, what is famously called as the autonomy of that sector? Because we may not run away from that issue. We are leaders and we need to deal with that. Then finally, Honorable Speaker, there is the issue of the teachers. This is your sector, Honorable Minister. And the courts were very clear when they made a ruling that that was the Court of Appeal, not an ordinary court. Court of Appeal is a very serious court. When it ruled on the issue of employment of interns. And currently we have 44,000 of them. And they said that is illegal. Teacher Service Commission is under your ministry, CS. Tell us which steps are you taking to make sure that all the 44 interns are made permanent and pensionable, and you stop that policy because it has been made illegal by the Court of Appeal of Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Give the lady that, yeah, go to the next one.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I also want to add on Honorable Mbishi's question, which is a very pertinent question today in the sector of education, Mr. Speaker. I have observed in my own way, and I realize that it is not about the shortage of teachers that we have in this country. I think we have also overstretched building many schools, and we are underutilizing the number of, because when you build many schools, Mr. Speaker, and probably in an area where there's not proper mapping of the school students or children that are going to school, with few children or few students, pupils, with many teachers at some point. This way, if the government, through the ministry, should map or could map every area or constituencies and look at the number of the children that goes to school, so that we are able to build few schools with quality amenities, and we are able to post these teachers, and those teachers who are able to be shared on other parts of the country is also very possible. Mr. Speaker, I also realize the importance of what Honorable Mbishi Mboko is talking about, the STEM sciences or STEM subjects. It is a very pertinent issue now. It is this CBE and this new syllabus came, and I think we are not so prepared, and we are finding children graduating every day without proper qualifications. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is a life of a child. If we are not able to take care of that seed when he is in school or they are in school, they might not be able to compete properly in the future. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I support, and I think this is something that we can work out through the legislation and through the ministry, and we can help Ministry of Education to achieve its goals and give better and quality education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, is that just me? No, don't look back. I mean you. Maungu.
Yes, sir. Maungu
Dick.
here. Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. And allow me to appreciate the Minister for the feedback given. Mr. Speaker, I want to raise an issue supporting what Mheshimiwa just said here, and with regard to C1, C2, C3, C4 schools. Recently, we've seen senior ministry officials declare that some of the C4 schools may need to be closed because they do not attract learners. Yet we know there was a challenge with the admission of Form 1s or other grade 10 learners, whereby C4 schools were kind of suffocated because they opened the space for C1 schools, which ended up admitting more than the required capacities. We may have that a school has been allocated about 4 streams. This school ends up having double of the same. So we wish to hear the Minister speak on the floor of what is the future of the C4 schools, because Bwana Waziri, we have gone out of our way to develop schools in our sub-counties, and these schools are meant to serve the local communities. And therefore, having a declaration that the C4 schools may be closed because of lack of attracting learners will be a challenge. We have situations whereby a C4 school has maybe 5 learners, but a C1 school has over-enrolled, meaning we are straining resources, be it laboratories, be it teachers, be it playground, be it dining hall, we are stretching them. What strategies are you putting in place to ensure that going forward, the C4 schools will be secured? Number 2, recently we had our learners go to Nyeri for music festivals, Bwana Waziri. It was very embarrassing to see that teachers have traveled all the way from Western Kenya, including Rwanda and Vihiga, where I come from, to go take their learners in Nyeri. But the kind of treatment, the kind of facilitation to make this teacher comfortable so as to assist this learner was quite wanting. I wish to hear you come strongly on the same, because we find that teachers actually participating in core curriculum or extracurricular activities are not well paid or taken care of to ensure that they kind of watch over, mentor, and really bring this, because sports play a great part. Lastly, Bwana CS, you may have talked about this. I've received several messages from examiners. I continue to receive them here, that our money, these guys were contracted, they did what they were supposed to do. To date, as we speak, despite the supplementary bill passing, they're still crying. Can you actually go out on record what is the fate of the examiners who gave their time to mark exams? I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Please confine, don't make a speech.
And I'm not going to make a speech.
Just ask a question.
Honorable Speaker, I was in the village last weekend, and about four or five fairly middle-aged men came to my compound, and they all carried TSC registration numbers. They are 45, 44, 40-something. They have never been employed by TSC. So one asked me, Mheshimiwa, will I retire before I feel the sweetness of salary from TSC? Can the ministry initiate an affirmative action to mop out these men, or women and men over 40 years, some who graduated as early as 2012? It's very dehumanizing, it's very demeaning, Honorable Speaker, to see somebody standing in a funeral with a TSC employment letter handing over to somebody who has not even graduated. Yet a man who is over 40-something years is languishing in the village, teaching under bomb arrangement where they're only being paid 1,000, 2,000. You know, you kill the spirit.
You made your point.
You kill the spirit of a man. You kill.
Dr. Ali, you've made your point. Don't do an overkill. Here's the last one by the MP for Magarini.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And ask a question for God's sake. Don't give a speech.
Yes, I'm asking the question. Mr. Speaker, I would want to hear from the minister the question of balancing teachers in Kilifi County. There are areas which are overstaffed and there are areas which are understaffed. And teachers have taken too long in some schools, over 7 years. When they ask for transfers, they are never transferred, and yet other schools are suffering. 2, there are areas where teachers do not want to go and teach there because they are hardship areas and they are not given hardship allowances. What is the ministry doing to take care of such areas? Thank you.
That's the last one on this question. Minister, proceed and answer those questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In terms of ensuring that we have affirmative action with respect to employment of teachers in marginalized areas, the staffing norms of TSC has a provision to ensure that in the marginalized areas, affirmative action is taken when the teachers are being employed. And the recruitment of teachers is progressive, and they are working towards ensuring that there is equitable distribution of teachers across the country. The distribution, for example, of senior teachers is also taking into account issues with respect to the specific pathways that would include the STEM, social sciences, sports, and arts. And in terms of the recruitment going forward, because of the number or the percentages of students taking the various subjects, now we have seen that 60%, almost 60% of students are taking STEM, which means going forward, as we recruit teachers, 60% of them should be given to teachers with the STEM capacities, and the other, there's 38 or so percent are doing social sciences, and 10% are doing sports science. So the recruitment is supposed to be proportional to the subjects that the students are taking in terms of the distribution. But it is true that in some areas we have a large number of teachers, and in other areas they are not teachers. So what we've agreed with TSC is to rationalize, do a mapping and rationalize the redistribution and harmonization of those particular teachers to cover the country. So the question of affirmative action, it exists and it is being applied. There is an important question, I think, that a critical question that has been asked by Mheshimiwa Maungu with respect to the C1 to C4 schools and the C4 schools that did not attract maybe a good number of students. And we know that what happened is because most of the schools did not have Form 2s, they declared a higher capacity of the students that they could take. So this year, 2026, they've actually taken the maximum number of students that they could take, meaning that next year, 2027, they would have to fall back or come back to the actual number that is normal for them, meaning that we cannot this year, 2026, make a decision on the basis of the admissions that were done that certain C4 schools that did not attract students should be closed. That decision can only be made next year, when now we'll have normalized the process, because next year the schools that took more numbers, for example in C1, would not be taking that number because they already filled that capacity. So the decision has not been made to close or merge any of the C4 schools because they are critical. In fact, 60% of the students that were admitted to our schools were admitted to C4 schools, C4 and C3. So those are the most important ones, and we are not closing any of them until next year, when now we'll have rationalized and people would have come back to their normal numbers that they have in terms of the facilities that they have. So that is not going to happen this year. So we wait until that time, because we already have Form 3s and Form 4s, and then that's when we'll be able to make that decision, not this year. So I just wanted to ensure that that is sorted out. With respect to the issue of drama and music, because we have now moved to ensuring that sports, arts is part and parcel of the mainstream study, we've been directed to ensure that the budget for that particular provision is not dealt with like extracurricular, where you are looking for resources from outside to be able to support it. It is going to be mainstreamed so that the support to the teachers, the work that they do, the promotions that are required to be done will take into account their role in handling music, in handling drama, in handling that aspect of sports, so that we do not disenfranchise them, because now we have mainstreamed. So the budget is going to be, the budget is going to be mainstreamed in the main budget of the institution, and these are not going to be extra or co-curricular. They are part and parcel of the programs. There was a question with respect to the autonomy of JS that keeps coming up. The Presidential Working Party did indicate that we are going to have a system called a comprehensive school, where JS is domiciled in primary schools under one head of institution. So as I indicated in Naivasha, and I'm indicating it now, there is a team that is working on how that coexistence is going to happen in those institutions, taking into account the various friction points that have been raised by the junior school, so that it is handled. So that team is working on a paper, and after that paper is done is when we will see what are the proposals to support what the Presidential Working Party recommended. How do we implement it without causing friction within the junior school and the primary schools in which?
Just for the interest of the chair, there was a member who asked, there is over-concentration of teachers in some schools and a complete scarcity in other schools. What does the ministry intend to do to create this, rather to address this imbalance? It's not that we don't have sufficient teachers, but it's that in some schools they do very few lessons, in other schools they're non-existent. So what happens? Can you give the minister the mic, please? Yeah, okay.
I actually responded to it and indicated that TSC is doing an harmonization and redistribution of teachers across the country, so that we move teachers from areas where there are more to ensure that each and every school is equitably distributed. That exercise is going on. And let me also answer the question of the member from Funyula on the 45 years, teachers, people who have qualified, and they've been out here from 2012, and the agreement with TSC is that as they do the recruitment, they start with the people who have been out for that much longer to ensure that they are supported. So those are the ones that...
The next question. Hardship is quite a wider issue. I think it's been asked here, and it's not fair just to order. Hardship cuts across all, and I don't think the minister, that matter has been addressed many times here. The only thing is the question, the issue that was raised by Mboko, which was in tons, the illegality. Order, it will be answered here. Next question, honorable members, the next question is a question that was asked, filed by the Honorable Basil, but Basil has nominated the Honorable Learned Counsel Karoli Omondi to ask on his behalf. So proceed, next question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise on behalf of the member for Yatta, Honorable Robert Basil, to ask the following question. Question number 009/2026. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why P1 teachers who upgraded to a diploma in ECDE have remained in grade C1 since 2015, despite similar teachers being promoted, and state the measures being taken to harmonize their grades, promote them, and pay any salary arrears? Could the Cabinet Secretary clarify the criteria and timelines for teacher promotions, particularly for those who upgraded qualifications while in service, including measures put in place to address the issue of stagnation and ensure fairness in promotions? And 3, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why junior secondary school interns who have served beyond 6 months are yet to be employed on permanent and pensionable basis? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The promotion of teachers in public service is premised on the provisions of the Code of Regulations for Teachers, Career Progression Guidelines for Teachers, and the policy on selection and appointment of institutional administrators. Regulation 73 of the regulations provide for general guidelines governing promotion of teachers, including merit and ability as reflected in the teacher's work, performance, and results. Seniority and experience are set out in the scheme of service, existence of a vacancy, academic and professional qualifications, and above all, budgetary provisions appropriated by the National Assembly. In 2015-2016, the Commission, in consultation with the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, conducted a job evaluation for the teaching service. Based on the findings of the evaluation report, the SRC rendered a formal advisory under Article 230 of the Constitution, advising on new grading and remuneration structure for teachers in the public service. Subsequent to the job evaluation, the Commission signed the 2017-2021 collective bargaining agreement with the teachers' unions, purposely to anchor the findings of the job evaluation results. The adoption of the new remuneration structure and the new CBA necessitated the development and implementation of a new teachers' career progression guidelines to align the new grading structure to the career progression of teachers. To this end, the Commission developed through a consultative approach the Career Progression Guidelines 2018. The Career Progression Guidelines have a comprehensive and definitive career progression framework for all the teachers under the employment of the Commission, including the primary teachers, secondary school teachers, teacher training colleges, lecturers, and special needs education teachers. The Career Progression Guidelines spell out the progression structure from classroom to administration grades, qualifications, skills, competencies, and experience required for advancement in the profession by setting out the minimum requirements for selection, for appointment and promotion of teachers at different grades. To this end, all promotion vacancies are filled competitively with the objective to recognize or reward effort, align teachers for succession management and career progression, and to motivate employees to perform better in their duties and responsibilities with the aim of improving quality teaching and learning. The whole program of promotion of teachers upon acquiring higher qualifications such as diploma certificates and degree certificates was discontinued on the 8th of January 2024 due to lack of vacancies in the establishment and budgetary constraints. Currently, therefore, Regulation 73 and 74 of the Code of Regulations for Teachers 2015 does include acquisition of higher qualifications as a sole requirement for promotion. The career progression guidelines provide a clear progression path for all categories of teachers. To this end, the teachers currently serving on C1 grade are required to apply for promotion once suitable vacancies are advertised. Question 2. Mr. Speaker, the career progression guidelines stipulate two forms of promotion in line with the prevailing regulations, namely 1, common cadre establishment, and 2, competitive promotions. Under common cadre establishment, the Commission promotes teachers automatically after serving for a period of 3 years in one job group, subject to satisfactory performance and availability of vacancies. The grades that form common cadre establishment in teaching service include primary teacher 2, which is TSC scale 5, otherwise known as B5 grade, and primary teacher 1, teacher service scale 6, that is C1 grade for primary teacher education certificate holders. Number 2 for secondary school teacher 3 or lecturer 3, which is TSC scale 6, known as C1 grade, and secondary school teacher 2 or lecturer 2, which is TSC scale 7, otherwise known as C2 grade for diploma holders. And number 3, secondary school teacher 2, lecturer 2, which is TSC scale 7, known as C2 grade, and secondary teacher 1, lecturer 1, teacher service scale 8, known as C grade 3, for holders of Bachelor of Education or its equivalent. On the other hand, the Commission conducts competitive promotions through interviews. The promotions are subject to availability of vacancies and budgetary provision. The Commission considers the following general criteria in the promotion of teachers under competitive promotions. The criteria provided is geared towards ensuring that there is fairness in undertaking teacher promotions. Number 1, they consider merit and ability as reflected in the teacher's work performance and results. Number 2, seniority and experience as set out in the career progression guidelines. Number 3, the existence of a vacancy. Number 4, the period of time served by a teacher in a given grade. Number 5, validity of a teacher's teaching certificates. And number 6, budgetary provisions. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to stakeholders' engagement, the Teacher Service Commission publishes promotion guidelines during every cycle of promotion to ensure the process is undertaken transparently. Mr. Speaker, this financial year, the TSC has promoted 21,383 teachers, making a total of 100,067 teachers promoted since financial year 2023-2024. Under the current budget policy statement, the Teacher Service Commission has been allocated 2 billion Kenya shillings for promotion of teachers in the financial year 2026-2027. Question part 3. Mr. Speaker, junior school teacher interns are engaged under a structured internship program to address unemployment and impact practical skills. Conversion of interns to permanent and pensionable terms requires availability of budgetary provisions from the National Treasury and parliamentary approval of the funds for creation of permanent positions. The Commission has already submitted requests for funding for the teachers to be absorbed into permanent and pensionable terms following the decision by the Court of Appeal, which Mheshimiwa was referring to, which is Civil Appeal number E403 of 2024. That is the parties at the Teacher Service Commission, and the petitioner was the Forum for Good Governance and Human Rights and two others. In that case, the Court of Appeal impugned the employment of qualified teachers as interns instead of employing them on a permanent and pensionable terms. At the present time, there are 44,000 intern teachers in post. Following the decision by the Court of Appeal, the Ministry and the Teacher Service Commission are consulting with the National Treasury to mobilize resources to employ the affected teachers on permanent and pensionable terms. The total requirement for the conversion of the intern teachers to permanent and pensionable terms is 23.58 billion Kenya shillings. Of this amount, Kenya shillings 5.36 billion is in the approved budget policy statement for the financial year 2026-2027 for the conversion of 20,000 teachers. The balance is to cover the 24,000 teachers, and that is what the Ministry and TSC is working with National Treasury to make available in order for those teachers to be converted into permanent and pensionable. I submit.
Karoli, take the first bite at.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very elaborate answer. I just have one further clarification to seek. That is with respect to the first question on the P1 teachers. There was an element of salary arrears which I did not hear the Honorable Minister address.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that is the only matter I have.
Minister,
Otherwise,
that was
I'm
a
happy.
very elaborate answer, and I presume you gave it justice. Just answer that final one, and then I think we call it a day.
I am informed that there are no salary arrears for the P1 teachers.
Okay. MP for Magarini.
Thank you.
Please confine yourself to the
Just
question.
one.
The question, not just any question on education.
No,
but
no,
the
no, no.
question in place.
It's in as regards the promotion. I heard the minister saying one stays in one grade for 3 years. But I have a case in my constituency of a teacher who has been acting for the last 17 years and has not yet been promoted to head a school to date. What is your take, Minister?
Honorable MP for Funyula, for God's sake, are you sure it's something that's not
It's
been
just
covered?
related to promotion. It's a very quick one.
Okay.
And probably the cabinet secretary might not be able to answer it right away. You might have to go and do a bit of consultation and research. We have a very unfortunate situation of teachers who have stagnated to one level for many, many years. When it came to the point of application for deputy head teachers and principals and deputy principals, it became apparent that the entire teacher fraternity Funyula constituency, we only got 1 or 2 who qualified out of a teacher population of about 1,000 or so. Is it systematic? Is it by coincidence? Or is it the typical marginalization of a certain group? Thank you.
Your Honorable MP for Funyula, that's a specific case. And the best way to do justice, including what Honorable MP for Magarini has done, to do justice to such a question is ask a specific question. Why has so and so from my constituency in such school who has been acting in this position, stagnated in this position for the longest? To be able to get an answer which is very general, which is a question which is very general, to address that issue that are specific and not widespread. Is not, you're not doing justice to the person you're trying to help, or fairness, or even to the ministry itself. Yes. Yes, Ndikiri.
You know, Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament Funyula is asking a very pertinent question. Because I want to believe that the CS is not well versed on this issue of the TSC. Because if I pick a constituency like mine, you'll find that we are burdened when it comes to promotion and the interviews. We are burdened with another constituency, in Mint North. And what has come out for the last 4 or 5 interviews, nobody from my constituency qualifies for promotion. And I picked this matter with the local TSC directors. I've even escalated up to the TSC headquarters. So I think this is a very important question, because that's where we're having a problem. You find people come from outside that constituency, they are given the promotion, after some time they exit, leaving a problem within the constituency. And it's a very serious aspect, and that's one of the things that is really affecting the morale of some of the teachers. Because you have been there, you go for interviews.
Order, Honorable Ndikiri, order. I still go back to exactly what I had said. Unless you are able to get the names of specific teachers and officers that you feel must have been promoted and have not been promoted over the years, and ask that question, to get a specific answer as a supplementary question to a general question, it's not going to work. You're not helping your teachers back. Order. You're not helping your teachers. I'm trying to advise you. Being a very senior legislator, I want to tell you, go back, ask questions on pertinent, like if somebody has been acting for 17 years, as was never promoted, ask the question, so-and-so from my constituency in such school has been acting in this capacity for all these years. Why was he not or she not promoted? In my constituency, I have these schools, all these schools. No teacher was promoted from these schools in the last. They'll give you answers, and you'll be able to assist your teachers. But to try and have a follow-up, you know, you bandwagon on a question that was asked by somebody else on a very general matter by Basil, and to get an answer for your issue, it's not going to help you, even the teachers you're trying to help. Anyway. Yes.
I seek your indulgence, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
You know, I know the Minister of Education will operate up to a certain level of interference with the school management. And I like what the CS said. They want to look at the act and see what is the limit of the Minister of Education and the TSC. Because that's where the problem is coming in on some of these things. And the audiences I'm seeking from you, make a ruling when these members can have a conversation with the TSC, side by side with the ministry, so that...
Point taken very well. And my suggestion is that although the TSC functions independently, largely independently from the ministry, it's not absolutely independent. Still, the ministry is the regulatory body. Still, the Minister of Education is the one who appears before Parliament. So you can ask a question that is supposed to be answered by the TSC and still have the minister answer you that question. Mr. Minister, am I right on this? So why don't you get the specifics? To just hop on and what you call it doesn't do with justice to the people you're trying to help. I do get you. I sympathize with you. And I'm sure your teachers would need a very specific question. Ask it, bring it on, give it a question by whatever you call it, private notice, urgent question, and I'm sure the minister will be willing to answer that. And that's when the chair can move in and say, this was a specific question, Mr. Minister. Go back to the Teacher Service Commission, get us this information. Why is it that a whole constituency with so many schools and teachers were interviewed from that and they were never promoted? I think then you get the details of exactly what you need, yes. Yeah? Okay, fair enough. Next question. I think we have a question by the... That answers your question. You have somebody who has been acting for 17 years. Go back, he doesn't know. You did not ask him that question. You just tried to, what do you call, piggyback or piggy ride on a question that was asked by Basil, which has nothing to do with that specific case. For you to do justice to a specific teacher, ask a specific question on that teacher. What's the name of the teacher? So and so in such school has been acting in this position for all these years. Why was he not promoted or she? Thank you. Much obliged, we say. Thank you. Bedzimba, uliza swali lako. Or ask your question because it's in English.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide the rationale behind NEC's decision not to equate certificates or diplomas obtained from schools offering international curriculum in the country? 2, list the plans by the Ministry of Education to enable the equation of certificates and diplomas obtained from international schools in the country, thereby allowing these students access to local universities, admissions, and public sector employment opportunities. 3, state the steps taken by the Ministry of Education to address the challenges faced by students of international curricula who are impacted by NEC's policies. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister, proceed as answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to respond to these 3 questions together as follows. Mr. Speaker, Section 10, subsection 2G of the Kenya National Examinations Council Act 2012 outlines one of the functions of NEC as being to equate certificates issued by the accredited foreign examining bodies with the qualifications awarded by the Council. Section 48 of the same Act grants the Council the power to make rules, including rules for the equation of certificates, including prescribing what examinations may be equated by the Council. Pursuant to this provision, the Council enacted the Kenya National Examinations Council Equation of Certificates Rules 2015 and the Guidelines on Equation of Foreign Certificates, revised edition 4, Annexure 1 and Annexure 1 being the response. Mr. Speaker, both the rules and the guidelines provide that the Council shall not equate a certificate for a course offered within Kenya and identical or similar to that offered by the Council. Number 2, foreign certificates awarded within Kenya. And number 3, any other certificates that, in the opinion of the Council, may be non-equitable. Mr. Speaker, on the basis of these legal provisions, NEC was not equating certificates or diplomas obtained from schools offering international curriculum in Kenya. At that time, the justification was based on a range of reasons. 1, the narrow content level in a number of subjects that were given, disparity in terms of subject content in a majority of the subjects. Number 3, difference in administration of the examinations. That equation would lead, that's number 4, that equation would lead to exodus from Kenya, from the Kenyan system. That paper format for the 2 systems is different, that candidates willingly chose to do that system despite the choice to do the Kenyan education system, and that candidates sit a number of papers in several sittings over a number of years, unlike in the Kenyan system, where candidates take all examination papers at once. Mr. Speaker, this position was declared unconstitutional by the High Court in the case of Dennis Kabwaya Mucheke versus Kenya National Examination Council and 2 others in 2018. The court found that the foregoing rules and guidelines were unconstitutional for being discriminatory. Following the judgment, NEC has been working with various examination bodies to develop the method for equating their certificates. The Kenya Association of International Schools has been coordinating the submission of the documents required for development of an equation criteria from the various examination boards operating in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the development of an equation criteria entails the evaluation of the curriculum in question, the teaching syllabi, the mode of teaching, the assessment, the grading, and certification in order to ascertain how a given curriculum would compare with the Kenyan education system. This is an exercise undertaken by NEC subject officers together with the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development and the Directorate of Quality Assurance at the Ministry of Education. Indeed, by a circular dated 19th of November 2025, the ministry confirmed this position and provided guidance on the equation process. A copy of that circular is also provided. To date, therefore, Mr. Speaker, the equation criteria of two main foreign examining boards, that is the Pearson Edsel and the International Baccalaureate, have been developed and are being implemented. Cambridge International, which is also the other major examination board operating in Kenya, is in the process of submitting the documents for evaluation. So in a nutshell, the equation is being done on those two examination boards, and only one, the Cambridge, is being processed as we speak.
Benzimba, you want to ask the follow-up question?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. According to the CS response, that means now the students of international curriculum, they can be employed in public sector. That is what he means. And secondly, the next was supposed to form a committee, but up to now, there is no committee. I don't know if he knows about that. Maybe he can tell us.
The question is being done and there is no committee that is required. What has happened is that there is a requirement of submitting the documents from those boards, which are then evaluated by NEC, and that has been done for two examination bodies. Cambridge is yet to submit its documents. There are only 3 international bodies that do exams for those foreign student certificates. So the equation is ongoing because in 2018, the court declared the non-equation unconstitutional. So it is being done.
Minister, for the benefit of the chair, and for those of us who were there when we had the Cambridge school certificate, which was replaced by what was called the East African Certificate of Education, and subsequently replaced by the Kenya Certificate of Education. In both cases, there used to be the ordinary level and the A levels, which is the advanced level. And once you got to the advanced level, for you to qualify to the university, you needed just a minimum of 2 principles. And students would go to university and do 3 years, in most cases, courses, except medicine, where they used to do 5 years, dentistry, where they used to do 4 years, and I think law was 4 years also, if my memory serves me right. The presumption is that because you're doing A levels, which is only 3 subjects for 2 good years, that was advanced and it was above our KCSE now. I've had a situation, and that informed the reason why students who are from A levels were presumed to have done, and in some cases in Europe and in the US, they would even start as a second year at the university. I have seen a case in which a student who had 4 principles in A levels was told by this thing you're talking about, equalization, that that was the equivalent of a C minus, mean grade. An absolute and blatant disaster, in my opinion. Because we all know the subjects that were studied in A levels for 2 good years, and somebody who has done that and has got 4 principles, and you say it's the equivalent of the KCSE, I think that is not informed by professionalism, education, or scholarly inquest into this. I think you need to look for the right people to get the equivalence in a manner that essentially is fair. To those who choose to do this other curriculum, this is an international curriculum recognized all over the world, but there is a problem here. It's understandable the people who are doing the equalization, they themselves went through the 844 system, and which essentially is not as good as getting an A levels 3 or 4 principles. So I think that's an issue which I've had a personal experience myself, in which they take the longest and finally came up with a situation to say, this person who has had 4 principles is only equivalent to C minus. I think that was in my opinion, not right. Because what informed having 3 subjects and going to university doing 3 instead of doing the 4 years now is that it was superior to our one. But of course, we had other issues, the reason why we adopted the 844 system last time, because that 844 is much more broader, and Mwalimu Mboko is here, but I think you need to do much more into this, delve into it, so that students who choose, or parents who choose to take their children to these other international qualifications are not disadvantaged purely out of some kind of activism on those people who are in positions to determine their future, and who they themselves came through 844 and doing it in a manner that essentially doesn't look right. Thank you. Do you agree with what? I'm not using the chair, I'm also a member of parliament and a parent.
Your arguments are sound, and that's why we said it's part of the documentation that those boards present to NEC for them to be able to determine at what level the equation is supposed to be, both NEC and KNQA. So that process is being
Some
done.
of the people who transited, like Professor Chacha Muita, some of the people who transited us from the A levels to the 844 are still alive. Many of them, a good number of them. And I think you need to bring them on board instead of just bringing somebody who went through the 844, is only protecting their own and is basically making political decisions on some of these things to protect themselves.
The point is well taken, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I think that's the last question. And this comes unless there's somebody else who has one question. Yes, Rindikiri, I know where you come from, and I for sure
yes,
I'll give you the
thank
last
you.
bite on that.
Today I was not feeling very well. I took a lash out and take some medicine and come back. I have 2 specific questions. I must confess I was not here much of the time. If it never came up, it's okay. But it's the matter of pension payment for our retired teachers. Mr. Speaker, we have cases, so many of them. In Bori, I have about 39 pending cases of pensions. I have 7 cases of death. These are pending, there's no explanation given. I have asked whether it is possible to give us the aging of these pensions so that we can see where the problem is. Because you go to TSC, you are told wait, then there is, I don't know what is happening at the Treasury. I think the Mr. CS, you can look at that. The other matter is on transfers, particularly for spouses, is becoming a serious issue. I have about 4 cases where the spouses, they are saying they need to join the teachers, they want to join their spouses. And one of them is a PWD. I think, Mr. Speaker, we need to revisit the issue of the pension and also the issues of transfers.
Compelling the questions as they are, and I must admit that I'm
so
also...
if it is possible, we'll submit those cases, but I think there could be a policy where somebody is really to join the husband or to join the wife. The government should have a policy. It should have a policy. Similarly, the issue of PWD. And also, Mr. Speaker, to wind up, there are infrastructure requirements for PWDs. I think the government need to come up with a policy on PWDs. Also, we have special classes, and there's a deficiency of teachers like the sign language. What is the ministry doing? Because you have a pool of so many people with disabilities, and there are not enough teachers on the same. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, I don't want the minister to lose, or rather to go into an area which he was not prepared for. You could answer those questions. You could also undertake to answer them at a later date when you think you're fully. But let's take one other question, first of all, from the questioner of this particular question, the Honorable Rashid Bedzimba. Ask your final question so that...
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa nafasi nizungumzie swala la ziada. Kwa vile tunazungumza katika shughuli za elimu, ningependa kumuuliza waziri hasa eneo bunge la Kisauni. Hivi sasa bado tunahitaji shule, tunahitaji majengo kwa sababu watoto ni wengi, madarasa ni wengi, wanasoma watoto 200 kwa darasa moja. lakini tunajenga shule, lakini wizara inakataa kutoa stakabadhi ya kusajili shule. Je, hiyo huwezi kutulinganisha sisi eneo bunge la Kisauni na eneo bunge lingine? Sisi bado tunahitaji majengo ya shule, lakini wizara inakataa kutoa stakabadhi ya kusajili shule. Je, hiyo ni sawa ama tuendelee watoto wa kukaa katika darasa moja watu 500? Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Minister, this is also not the question that was asked, which was listed or filed. But if you feel that you can answer, you proceed and answer.
I've been to some of the schools that he has done, and they are very beautiful schools. They should not lack registration. Just supply us with the details, and then I'll push for the registration. If there's a problem somewhere, I'll let him know. Yeah, I've been to, I think 3. We've opened 3 of these schools.
Kisauni,
yes,
in his constituency.
Yes.
So the Honorable Benzimba,
yes,
in such situations, just walk to the minister. I've done that many times myself.
Thank you, sir.
And he will always, move and move with the speed, you will be surprised.
Hata mimi Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Waziri amelizungumzia swala hilo, nimpongeze kwamba amekuja kufungua shule ya Shanzu Senior School wakati wa Christmas, wakati mawaziri wengine walikuwa wamepumzika, lakini yeye alikuja. Namshukuru sana na nitampelekea ili aweze kujaza. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Waziri.
The one of Rindikiri, if you choose to go back, you can also come to him, go to his office and show him that. He will sort it out for you. Okay, I think under the circumstances, Madam from the Meru, women rep for Meru, am I right? Nominated Modoni.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want to ask the CS Education a question that was conversed in this House on the time our learners should report to school. I remember too well, Honorable Speaker, this matter was brought to this House by Honorable Doris Donya, where she cited that our children are being subjected to walking in darkness very early in the morning, sometimes 5 a.m. Personally, Honorable Speaker, when I'm coming to Nairobi on a Monday, I wake up at around sometimes 4:30, and I start my journey to Nairobi. And by 5, there are children who are moving, going to school, unaccompanied, very young learners. Very young learners, and I try to imagine what would befall them if somebody insane meets them in darkness. Honorable Speaker, I want the CS, because what we are seeking is a clear policy where schools must start at early as whatever time that the minister will think appropriate, but we don't want to be seeing our children, girls at night, going to school in darkness. Honorable Speaker, that is my concern, and I hope it will be addressed.
It would be in order for me. You can respond to that one.
Yes, I addressed that question, and there is a policy that says students or learners are supposed to be in school by 7:30 a.m. and go back home by 5. So there are, of course, some schools that are infringing on that. So it is part of the infractions that we're going to address through that communication that I'll be doing to Parliament, so that we can work together to ensure that punishment is appropriately given. It's part of those issues, the certificates. The policies exist, but they are violated. So we just need to find a way through this institution on how to deal with those teachers. The policy is in existence.
And there again, like I said before, instead of going on the generalizing, when you go through that, you know the uniforms, you know the schools themselves, it wouldn't do harm for you to say, Mr. Minister, such and such and such and such schools, I see children on the road as early as 5 in the morning. And he picks up the phone and talks to the education managers in that particular county. You'll be surprised. The problem will be addressed. But then always when the policy matter has already been sorted out, now we need to deal with the specifics. Specifics need specific attention. And that's what I think members of parliament should always go on. Seek that specific attention, and it becomes easier for the ministry to deal with that specific attention. Madam, what's the comment? Yeah, proceed. I'd better be short because we are going to the next order.
Yes, I'll make it very short, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity and to thank the CS for responding to the issues that we've raised. I just want to make a suggestion because CS has said that he'll come up with a policy document to respond to all the concerns that members have raised. And I think through your office, you can give a suggestion that at that time when that happens, then we do have a Kamkunji for him to be able to give us the details of this. It will be better than a plenary session.
Absolutely. Minister has taken note of that. And anytime you communicate to the leadership of Parliament, the Speaker, we will be able to facilitate that Kamkunji easily. But I think specifics, and what I've always learned is when you pick up the phone and say this and this school, I've seen these children here, and this is where the problem is, it makes it work much easier. The problem will not persist. Next order, next order, next order. Next order, next order. Waziri, you have been, Minister, you have been released. You have been released. You are now at liberty to go back to your office. Thank you.
Order number 11, motion, inquiry into the pricing of tea in Kenya.
Yeah. Where's the chairperson of agriculture? Mutunga is usually around. Where is, oh yes. Chairperson, you are.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Move that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to move this motion. Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the reports of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on its inquiry into the pricing of tea in Kenya, laid on the table of the House on the 4th of December 2025. Honourable Speaker, this report is a culmination of a lot of questions coming from the various members of Parliament from different parts of Kenya where tea is produced. And therefore, Honourable Speaker, the Speaker ruled that we form, an inquiry team, an enlarged committee where we to incorporate some members from those areas. Now, Speaker, the tea sector in this country remains one of the largest foreign exchange earning. It's actually number 3 of the land lending foreign exchange earner in the Republic of Kenya, basically providing also vital economic lifeline to more than 600,000 households, smallholder farmers in this country. But Speaker, despite this paramount importance, the industry has recently been besieged by many challenges, including delayed payments to the farmers, unstable global prices, and escalating production costs, as well as narrow market space for the Kenyan tea. The genesis of this inquiry, Honourable Speaker, was a series of complaints raised by members, honourable members from representing tea growing areas or tea growing constituencies, especially from the west of the Rift Valley. Honourable Speaker, these farmers, the farmers from these areas alleged that there was a systematic disparity in bonus payments compared to their counterparts from the east of the Rift Valley. And there was this situation, therefore, requires very close scrutiny, and it had led to a lot of and disaffection among the farmers, and some of them had even resorted to uprooting tea. Honourable Speaker, the committee's primary objective was basically to undertake a comprehensive review of the tea pricing system to evaluate its effectiveness, fairness, long-term sustainability, and the application of the principles. Honourable Speaker, our inquiry basically focused on identifying the determinants of tea pricing, establishing why East of the Rift Valley tea farmers consistently fetched higher prices, and uncovering the causes that led to depression in the net income of the farmers that produce tea from the west of the Rift Valley. Honourable Speaker, to ensure a robust and evidence-based approach, the committee employed a multifaceted methodology. The committee held extensive stakeholder engagement in the Tea Board, with the Tea Board of Kenya, Kenya Tea Development Agency, the Kenya Tea Growers Association of Kenya, and independent experts. Further, Honourable Speaker, the committee conducted rigorous field visits to tea factories in Bomet, in Kericho, Kisii, Nyamira, Embu, Meru, Murang'a, and Kiambu. We also inspected Tea Research Institute, which is in Kericho. We also went or visited the Mombasa Tea Auction and the quality analysis and the testing laboratories in Mombasa that have been established by the Tea Board of Kenya. Honourable Speaker, the committee's findings reveal complex mix of geographical, technical, and governance factors that contribute to the current pricing crisis in the country. First and foremost, Honourable Speaker, we established that the tea pricing primarily is driven by the Mombasa Tea Auction, where the prices are determined by global supply and demand dynamics and the organoleptic assessment of tea, which is a sensory method involving testing and smelling conducted by brokers and buyers of tea. While this method is a global standard, Honourable Speaker, it is inherently subjective and has fostered deep-rooted suspicion among farmers, especially from the west of the Rift Valley, regarding the objectivity of tea valuation. Honourable Speaker, regarding regional disparities, the varied data collected confirms that teas from the east of the Rift Valley generally earn higher prices than those from the west of the Rift Valley. For instance, Honourable Speaker, quoting the 2024-2025 financial year, the average auction price for east of the Rift Valley teas was $2.95 per kilogram, whereas west of the Rift Valley tea fetched a meager at $1.78 per kilogram of tea. This disparity is rooted in the quality differences between tea from the east of the Rift Valley and tea from the west of the Rift Valley. Honourable Speaker, east of the Rift Valley factories benefit from high altitude conditions and more uniform plucking standards. Conversely, the west of the Rift Valley tea faces significant challenges, including rampant tea hawking and the proliferation of independent processors in that particular area. That often, those independent tea processors often accept low-quality tea, which we refer to as coarse leaf, that is generally rejected by the KTDA factories. Honourable Speaker, that means if tea is taken to KTDA and it is of low quality, then it is more likely to get fetch market in the west of the Rift Valley as compared to the east of the Rift Valley, where the investment in the private tea processors is a lot lower as compared to the west of the Rift Valley. Further, Honourable Speaker, the multiplicity of tea cultivars or tea varieties in the west of the Rift Valley, which is processed simultaneously despite the differing fermentation requirement, negatively impacts the final product quality. Let me take, Honourable Speaker, a minute to explain what I mean by this particular fundamental factor. Honourable Speaker, different varieties of tea have different fermentation requirement in terms of temperature and time. Honorable Speaker, certain varieties will require between 80 minutes and 120 minutes. The standard that the factories use to ferment tea is 90 minutes. If teas of different varieties are placed on the platform, Honorable Speaker, and if subjected to the same conditions for fermentation, teas that have to take 110, 120 minutes to ferment will have fermented to a certain extent. They will not have been fully fermented. The ones